Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Light, camera, action. Welcome to the Dutch Classics final day, live from the King's Resort in Rosendal. My name is Action Man Dan. I will be your broadcaster for the duration of this event. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, 24 players remaining now, from a starting entry field size of 1,555. Boulant is going to get the action started here, raising to 380k with 2 red 10s from the cutoff. And that's going to be good enough to take down the blinds and antes and add 300k to his stack. Small blind getting the action started is 60k. Big blind is 120k with 120k running big blind ante. That's 60, 120, 120. Good afternoon to wherever you are tuning in from. YouTube, the Action Army on Twitch. We're on all the usual social media platforms. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on YouTube. We've got some great new content on there. We are trying to get to 20,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Average stack is 3.3 million, so getting close to that 30 big blind zone. We've got Trigger back at this table, who we had on the feature table last night. We played into the early hours of the morning. Well, sorry, about 2 a.m. Around that time, hopefully the players have got a good sleep, well rested, and are ready for a long, action-packed day of poker where the winner will take home 51,000 euro. Over 50 G's, baby. Not bad for a 250 euro buy-in, generating a prize pool of over 300,000 euro. And first, second, third, and fourth place finishers in this tournament will also win a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe that is taking place in just a couple of weeks' time. Neutral is in the chat. Hello, Neutral. Bird is in the house. What's up, my guy? Tawfik Sami is a player I recognize at this table. We've got players from the United Kingdom, 3 from Germany, 1 from Israel, 1 from Belgium. Sorry, five players from Germany at this feature table. My apologies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Tawfik Sami, which would be one of the most accomplished players left in the field with 24 remaining. Michael is going to bet 300k here on the ace-9, 7-4 from the small blind. And Boulant is also a player I recognize at this feature table. That bet is going to work. He will take that down. So it's moving day for these players, playing down to a winner tonight. Trigger in the cutoff at 38 bigs. He did lose about 1.5 million last orbit or two of the night there with pocket sixes, so that put him down, but he has rebounded. He won some small pots and they've added up. He's got 4.5 million and is one to watch out for. Seen him do some 3-bet folds. Definitely seems savvy enough. And Alex here from the small blind is going to let the ace-4 suited go. I actually would prefer him to rejam off that exact stack depth, facing a cutoff open from an aggressive player. But you're going to see some tight play. This is a 250 buy-in. It's going to attract a lot of recreationals, especially when there's 1,555 entries. What an opportunity it is for these players to win massive amount of money for a €250 buy-in. Neutral says, not sure if he is very aggressive or just had a good run of cards. Not sure which player you are referring to. Tafik came to get down. He's looking the part with those glasses. Oh, Neutral says he played with the guy with no hair. Okay, so what you're saying is he's bald. I happen to be bald myself. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. Sometimes you just got to get out the razor, put on George Michael Freedom, and set yourself free. Especially if your receding hairline is starting to feel like you were chained to a dying camel. Tafik is going to stay aggro here with the ace-10 offsuit from under the gun. And Gertie is going to 3-bet all in with 2 black ladies from the small blind. It's okay, Neutral, you're not alone. I try to have we'll call it a mantra or something to live by anyway. I try to just worry about the things I can control and not the things that I can't. And my receding hairline was something I couldn't control, and I tried so many hair products, and one day I just said, you know what, I've had enough, and I shaved it off, and it was the best thing I ever did. I never looked back, I never had to think about it again, and it's like, if it's inevitable, then what are you waiting for, you know? Hi Apocalypse, good afternoon, buddy. Hope you're well rested, got rid of your hangover, and ready for an action-packed day at the Felt. Yeah. Michael in the hijack, 49 big blinds. We're going to have a lot of fun today. I expect to see chips flying everywhere. Michael is raising to 300k from the hijack with King 10 of clubs. He has a very healthy stack of just under 50 bigs to start the hand. And Tafik is just going to call in the big blind. I would prefer to just rejam off this stack depth, especially against a hijack open when he's playing the guts of 50 bigs to start the hand. We've only got 20 odd. We just want to rejam. This one is just going to play better. Trips now for Michael. Michael bets 300k, and Sammy going to be forced to see a turn. Aggro asks, is this tournament live or just a rerun? This is as live can be. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov on a 30-minute delay. Double pair board now. Sammy was just hoping to get to showdown. Michael with a sneaky check back. I like this from Michael. Now, if I was Sammy, I might bet something around 350 here. Try get value from an ace-high type holding. Blockerish type sizing. Seems like the way to go. We can bet bigger, of course, but if we want to get paid by ace high, we don't want to bet too big. And it looks like he is going for the size I suggested. He bets 350. Now Michael is just going to think about this for a moment, play a bit of Hollywood. That looks like a raise. He's raised pretty quick, raising to 1.1 million. And now for Sammy, he's got his information. 2.8 million in the pot, 750 to call, but I don't think Nine's going to be able to call here. He made his blocker bet. He's got raised. And he could have avoided this by just rejamming pre. These hands, like all those pairs, 5s through to 10s, just want to rejam pre. Sub 25 bigs. Sub 20, around that 20 big blind zone. You're just going to be printing. Yeah, Neutral says bet fold with 1/3 pot sounds good. That's exactly what he's done. Bet about 350. No, Sammy. Just trying to see if Michael would do this with a worse hand. Then 9s, and I just don't see it. I don't see it being an option for Michael in position. Like, he can occasionally have a bluff here, but there's no reason for Sammy not to have a king in his hand. Sammy is going to call. He's going to get the bad news and is going to be left with 850k. And that's a big pot for Michael. Michael now going to be playing 65 big blinds, 7.8 million. That was a well-played hand from Michael, checking back on the turn and going for additional value on the river, of course, and getting paid. Might have extracted the max value there, because had he went all in, I think the 9s might have just folded. Getting paid, raising to 1.1 million over the 350k bet. Michael raising to 300k here with the Queen Jack off suit, and Mr. Funny on the button with ace 9. Blinds have just gone up, by the way. 80k is the small blind, 160k is the big blind, with 160k running big blind ante. That's 80, 160, 160. And Evis is going to defend the big blind here with ace 6 off suit. And flops about as well as he can hope here. I think I would just bet call it off with second pair and the ace of hearts here. Bet calling seems dicey enough, though. I think I prefer to just check jam. It does take that move away from Michael. Michael just going to let that one go. That board smacking the perceived big blind's defending range more so than the opener's range. Nice to see so many of you tuning in already on this Monday afternoon. Now seems like a good idea to mention that we have a massive sale prepared for you viewers of the stream. Do not miss the opportunity to dress yourself like a king or a queen. Head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Go to the collections, the shop, the outlet, and you will find certain items with up to 50% off. Sammy now on the button, 690k, going to be forced to shove this one. And Sammy is going to shove for 690. Gets through, and Grigor is not going to call in the big enough fold there from Grigor, but he wants something better than a 4 as his kicker gets the job done. That's a really nice pickup for the Queen 10. Looks like he's playing a little bit more than suggested. Well, I suppose all of those orange chips are 5k each. The orange chips are 5k, green chips are 25k, and the white chips you see in front of the players are 100k each. That's 525, 100. Pull all the way around to the button of Evis with 9-5 of spades. And he's going to let that one go. And Grigor with a mandatory shove here for 10 bigs with ace-5 off suit in the small blind. Wants to take down those blinds and antes, and occasionally if we're called, we're going to have decent equity with our ace-5. I don't understand that at all. Grigor playing way too tight there in the small blind. That was a shockingly bad fold there. He needs to shove that one. At the absolute bare minimum, he could complete if he really wants to play that type. But when you have an ace in the small blind off this stack depth, you really need to be shoving those ones, especially when there's so much money to pick up. Those blinds and antes are going to devour your stack. I am shocked to see the ace-5 go into the muck, giving your opponent a walk. Krumel says, hello, hello. Who decides which table will be the TV table? Megan, it's the Dutch classics, but no Dutchies on the screens. Well, I don't know if there's many Dutchies left in the field. I can't really answer that question for you. All I know is we can only concentrate on the feature table, and we do not have any additional information about the outer tables. We are on a 30-minute delay. You can check on the website to see the start of day chip stacks. Bird says maybe the idea was drive home or stay in the tournament with a good amount of chips. Well, you won't be getting too far if you're going to fold things like ace-5 off 10 big blinds in the small blind, just the big blind to get through. Bird says there is no such thing than a decision. Everyone draws a card with the table number. Seems as if the remaining Dutch players were not lucky. We're fully agreed. Is the Dutch Classics at least one Dutch player should be on the TV table? Yes, it's random. Anything else would not be fair. A hero will emerge, guys. They always do. Trigger is going to make an unconventional limp here with 5-3 suited in the cutoff. Michael going to put a stop to that, raising to 500k on the button with ace-jack offsuit. And look at this, Alex in the small blind here with two ladies. A lot of money to take down here. Just wants to be jamming. He's only got 13 bigs behind. And now for Michael, it is 1.7 million for him to call. I believe his hand is good enough and he will be priced in for 11 big blinds here. Doesn't love it, but he will be beating some hands that Alex will shove here. He might have ace-10 offsuit, ace-8 suited plus. He's going to have some suited wheels, maybe even ace-5 suited will rejam. Michael gets away from it though. It's a very tight fold from Michael, but we can see on this occasion he's saved himself a decent amount of chips, unless he was going to hit an ace or something to that effect. So nice pickup there for the ladies. Sammy is going to go all in here under the gun for 1.2 million with King Queen offsuit. Getting serious Eric Seidel vibes from the small blind here. Guy with the hat and the glasses. Sammy going to get it through. Now playing just under 10 big blinds. Update of the chip counts. Germans dominating this feature table. 5 of them. Trigger in second place with 30 bigs. And Grigor, Sammy, and Mr. Funny with some work to do, playing 10 big blinds or less. Chavi says, don't think I would be able to fold this ace. I presume if you're on about the ace jack, I think he should have called. Yeah, just going to be flipping against all the pairs. You might be against hands like king queen, king jack sometimes, king 10 suited, ace 10 offsuit, etc., etc. Grigor is just going to fold ace 4 suited. He wants to be shoving that one off 10 bigs. That looks like a very large raise from Alex. I don't know if it's 620k, but it is. I think it's 320. So it's just a min raise. And Gertie, the Eric Seidel lookalike, is going to just call for Queen 10 offsuit here on the button. A little bit wide here from Gertie, but he is in position. And for Alex, I'll be checking this a decent portion of the time, especially out of position. But we could do a small c-bet to try to get this one through. And Gertie is just going to get out of the way. Nice pick up there by Alex. I think actually Alex wants to be betting that one a one and done situation, out of position, if we don't pick up additional equity. Alex, the Jack 10 of clubs in the hijack, 24 bigs, and the decision. And Evis in the big blind. 12 bigs. I think Bullon just wants to rejam this one, especially against the hijack open. Nine, three deuces top, and this is a good board for Alex to continue on. Evis just wants to be check raising or check jamming this one. Instead, Evis decides to just bet 550, and now Alex is going to be forced to let his hand go. Seen a lot of cagey play with 24 players remaining. Gertie is going to raise here. Gertie in the hijack to 500k. Seeing a lot of big opens over the full 3x. does just take down the blinds and antes. Mr. Funny is going to go all in here from the hijack with Queen Jack off suit.
Elimination. Why you for this place? Why you for I feel like I won that hand.
Okay, guys, I've got some additional information for you about the duchies. There are 4 duchies left in this tournament, and one of them is Johann Gilbert, who is an absolute stud in his own right. Just check out his hen and mob if you don't believe me. So that is something to keep in mind with 24 players remaining. 4 players are duchies. We will keep an eye out for Johan Gilbert. He was second in chips coming in today. Bird says, I know it's cold in Kings, but they're sitting there with their winter jackets. I mean, I nearly have a winter jacket on in my room, and I'm in Ireland, and it is freezing. The cold wouldn't bother me if I was playing for 51,000 euro from a 250 euro buy-in. No eliminations so far. Blinds still 80, 160, 160. Sammy now with 7 big blinds, and the 2 kings. Just wants to be shoving all in with this one. Hawkins says 17.5 degrees inside his living room, 12 outside. I'm all right, but the heating does go on in the evening now. Uh-oh. Here we go. 20 hands, not too much action. We've got a serious cooler on our hands here. Sammy shoving Alex with the blackberries in the small blind. Just decided to call or rejam. I think calling probably the superior play, but it might be a dead giveaway off this stack size. Still think we just want to be calling. And Gertie going to quickly get rid of his ace jack. Up is 10-9-9. This is a filthy situation here for Tafik. Sammy, who of course, turn is 6 of spades. He is going to need a king of kings or he will be eliminated in 24th place. River is the 8 of hearts. No king on this occasion. Alex will now be paying over 5 million. Sammy, unlucky start, good game. Nothing you can do there. 1,375 euro Catholic Sammy from Belgium will take home, and that means 23 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of 1,650 euro. Another one bites the dust. Doctor says he didn't even bat an eyelid when he won that huge pot. Well, it was a big pot, but you know, don't want to really rub it in, do you? He has got a lot of chips though, and that is a man to watch out for. A lot of green. We've got more action. Grigor shoving all in for 1.2 million with the jacks. And Grigor is going to take down the blinds and antes. Okay, guys, I'm having a look here at the start of day chip count. We have Thomas Jonathan Denny from the Netherlands still in. We have Roerd Nauta, Robert Grigor, both players at feature table last night. We have Jack Tin Sang still in with the Netherlands flag as well. And that is the 4 Dutchies that are remaining. I also see Safwan Bahri still in the mix. That is a player to watch out for. Michael raising to 360k from the hijack, seems to be of heart. And Evis wants to be defending this one with King 4 suited. I think we just flick it in here. 760 in the pot, 200k to call. We're already getting 3.5 to 1 on our money. Queen 9 deuce is the flop. And Evis just going to check. Michael going to bet, and I don't think Evis can continue. He does have some backdoors working for him, but on the Queen 9 deuce, not really connecting hard enough. Can be forced to let this one go. And Evis is just going to let it go. Nice pick up there for the King 3 of hearts of Michael. Alex gonna raise to 320 from the hijack with King 8 of spades. Evis wants to be rejamming that one for 13 bigs, but decides to get away from it. And Grigor going to let this go as well. So the offsuit ain't going to cut the mustard for a defend. Current payout still €1,650.
No country.
One more elimination has occurred, so 22 players remaining now as Verdi is going to raise to 400k from the hijack with Queen off suit. Trigger not going to defend there with the King Deuce off suit. So with 22 players remaining now, any players who can successfully deal the blinds and antes will add 400k to their stack. Every chip, big blind, and antes, etc. So important at this late stage. Average stack has just creeped over the 3.5 million mark, which is good for nearly 25 big blinds at the moment. And Gertie is just going to shove for 3.6 million, which is absolute overkill here. Also be using this in his raise calling range. Doesn't want to just rip this amount of chips with a hand as strong as ace king, but he decides to just do that. Take the conservative route and add 400k to his stack. Mutual says some old guys shove ace king because they're afraid to not hit the flop. Yeah, I understand that. I get it, even from later position. But like when you shove from under the gun there, if you're called, you are fucked because you're only going to get called. It's hard to get called by ace queen when we shove that amount of chips, and you are going to get called by a range that is consisted of about jacks plus. Xavi says some of these players are like in the €20 buy-in at the local casino. Well, isn't that what makes this beautiful? A fantastic situation for these players to play for. I don't want to call 50 grand life-changing money, but in some places that is 2 years' wages. That is a lot of money. Nothing to be sniffed at. And, you know, you get down to the last four, you secure a 10 grand ticket for yourself to the World Series of Poker Europe, and then you could end up getting a serious run in that. Then essentially a €250 buy-in has changed your life. So there's just so much at stake here. It's awesome to see that these recreationals, and there is a few stars left in the field. I have said I just checked tip counts, but the majority of the players remaining won't have played for this kind of money before. Amazing opportunity for everyone involved. Best of luck to everyone still in. Michael with 36 bigs is your chip leader. Alex with 29 is in second place. Gertie with 20 is in third. Trigger with 20 is in fourth. Evis with 10 bigs. Grigor and Mr. Funny have some work to do as well. Bottom three players at this feature table with 10 big blinds or less. Blinds have just gone up. Small blind is now 100k. Big blind is now 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. Blinds go up again, will put significant pressure on these shorter stacks, and bigger stacks want to use this to advantage, keep pounding those on those blinds and antes. Shorter stacks need to make more moves, read them more often. Michael on the button here is going to raise with a premium. He's got ace king offsuit, making 525 to go. Fair to use a little bit of a smaller raise place here to entice the blinds along to the ride, but 525 is the sizing he has chosen. 525 to win 500. Not a bad return on your investment.
You got one for me.
Bigs for Grigor here. Jack and offsuit just wants to put this all in. I know he's a lot of players to get through, but he also has the blinds and antes about to hit him. Decides to let it go. That looks crazy. 525 at 10-7 of clubs on the button. Mr. Funny is running on fumes, but he won't be able to continue here for 325, which is 9-6 offsuit. He's going to have to post the small blind. At least he'll have a full orbit then before the blinds hit him. Also, there is a page on blooming. 2 eliminations to go, and the difference is from €1,650 to €1,925. One more elimination has taken place, so we will have 3 tables of 7. Javi says it's never a fold, is it? Are you referring to the Jack 10, or did I just miss something when I was checking payouts? Alex, Queen 9 of spades. Going to make a 450 to go. All the way around to the hijack. 10-7 of diamonds for Alex. He's not going to open this one. A little bit tight. I'd like to see him open this one, but folds to Gurdy. Ace King off suit. Just go for the full 3x. This is going to get the job done because Grigor is not going to defend here with King Deuce off suit. Gurdy gonna raise to 400k here in the hijack. Interesting that we've seen him just open a full 3x amount with ace king, and now in the hijack he's just gonna min raise. Perhaps that is a tell from his bet sizes that he has a lesser hand but is making it a lesser amount. In general, we want to have the opposite strategy. We min raise with our good hands and can make it a little bit extra with these hands that we're not wanting to see a flop with. I think we just want to make our decision into what bet size we want to use in terms of our good hands and our bad hands. It's all about balance, right? So if we're going to make it 600k and then sometimes we're going to make it 400k, then make it 450 or 500 every time. That way, you're not giving away information. Mr. Funny needs to stack off here with just 2.5 bigs. It's time. Alex, the open with the ace queen to 450. And for Greg, he's only got 4 bigs, but with an open under the gun and an all in from the hijack, I think he's just going to have to fold a hand as strong as King Jack here off this stack depth. There's a page jump, of course, from 1925. Artless Commerce asks, why not call the 450? Yeah, you could just call the 450. Leave yourself a 30k behind, especially with the pay jump. That's a good point. I actually agree with you there, Artless. Alex will call for an additional 30k with the ace queen. We're off to a 60-40. 1.4 million in the pot. Up for grabs. Mr. Funny, 34% equity with his king 10 of clubs. But it is an ace on the desk. And that's going to do it. Bar runner. Turn is the 8 of hearts, and that is GG for Mr. Funny. 20 players remaining now. We are 4 eliminations away from the redraw, when we will come back with 2 tables of 8. Alex now playing just under 40 big blinds. All players have guaranteed almost 2 grand. 1,925 is the current payout. Trigger is gonna go for it here. He's gonna pull the trigger on the button with 7 deuce offsuit, raising to 525. And Alex here with a lot of chips. He wants to defend here for 325 more with the 10-9 offsuit in the big blind. Alex decides to just let it go. Bit of a tight fold there from Alex, considering he has his big blind ante and big blind already invested. Really interesting that Evis is going to use this as a raise. Raising off the 7 bigs under the gun, queen 10 off suit. Not something you want to try at home. Fold all the way around to the small blind for Alex and Gertie in the big blind. Gonna let it go. And Evis will find a way of winning that hand. A crafty bugger Boulant Evis gets the job done. Adds 500k to his stack. Massive pickup for him with Queen 10 offsuit there. Trigger raises the 500k here in the hijack with pocket sevens. Evis wants to be defending this one with Queen Jack off suit for 300k more. Already a million in the pot. And you know what? I wouldn't even hate a rejam. That it's Ace Jack 10. Trigger getting out flopped. If he's going to bet here, I was going to say if he's going to bet, he could bet anything as small as one big blind. He was going to bet 300k. Now Decision time for Trigger is getting great odds to see a river, but with 3 overcards to his pocket sevens, most likely going to see him let this one go. Does eventually let it go. Will survive with 17 bigs. And for Evis, does pick up another one, adding 600k to his stack. So he is now playing over 13 big blinds. Or it says, I cannot watch all the time. I have to work in my normal job. Well, isn't it great that you're double jobbing on a Monday afternoon? Nice one for joining us. 19 players remaining now. Michael in the hijack, Queen Jack of clubs. 36 bigs, and the decision is going to raisey daisy. Raise to 475. Grigor is going to have to stack off here. Sorry to tell you, Greg, but you've got 360 behind. You've already 400 invested, 275 to fall. Does stick it in. We'll get the bad news that he is dominated. Jack 7 deuce is the flop. Greg going to need a lot of help now. He's just 6% equity to stay in this tournament. Orin is the ace of diamonds. Now Greg can hit a straight on the river with a king. It is a 7 of spades. Grigor has been eliminated. Michael scoops chips, moves over the 8 million mark, and that means, folks, 18 players remaining now. We are 2 eliminations away from the redraw. Fast and furious the action has been so far. Oh boy, it's going to be a fun day. Hope you're enjoying the show. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Dutch Classics final day live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster for the duration of this event until we have crowned yet another champion at this amazing location. And this time the winner will be taking home €51,000. Looks like Trigger is going to defend here in the big blind from Michael under the gun open with ace king of hearts. King queen 7 is the flop. Trigger just lets it go. Michael will take it down. Trigger in the small, 13 bigs, ace jack of clubs. Michael calls 350 with the king 8 off suit. We are going to a flop. Heads up. Small blind against the big blind, 1.3 million in the middle. Flop is queen jack 6. Trigger catching the better part of this one. Not much in it for Michael. So it is Trigger from the UK and 5 Germans at this feature table. No player above 40 bigs and no player under 13. Average stack at the moment is just creeping towards 4.4 million, which is good for 22 big blinds. And Matthus Frost lets that one go. Evis now in the cutoff, king 10 of clubs, 12 bigs. It's not really Evis' style to shove off short stacks. He could just shove for 12, decides to use this in his min raising range. Well, raising 450. I think this is totally fine. Also, sometimes I would just shove this from the cutoff if I've got wide rejammers and the like. And Alex isn't even going to defend a hand as strong as ace-6 there, recognizing that Evis is going to be strong enough, raising off that stack depth from the cutoff. Just decides to let it go. Might have just rejammed that one against Evis, considering that's his third or fourth time to make an open off a short stack. Now that's because I am used to seeing him. We've seen him on the feature table a few times, so maybe it's a lot easier for me to say that when I am at home commentating. 17 players remaining now, and that means we're just one elimination away from the redraw. Evis with another strong hand, this time with pocket nines and the hijack with 15 pigs now. Evis takes that one down. And he's added 2 million to his stack just from taking down these blinds and antes. He's done it 3 times now. Incredible stuff. Boulogne Evis only has total live earnings of 11.5k, but I suspect he's won more money in cash games or something to that effect. Already just going to shove from the small with king queen off suit. Takes it down. Gertie is going to raise to 600k with ace-8 of diamonds. Matthus is going to shove for 2.3 million from the small blind. And Evis making it look like he's more of a decision than he does. He's just got deuces. Basically a 3x open and a rejam from the small blind. This is just an auto muck. Current payout is 2,200 at the moment. We are one elimination away from that redraw and Gertie now. This is what happens when you make it the full 3x. And I'm not saying he's priced in against Matthus, but it is a very strong hand to have. Putting against the small blind does commit to chips, and Gertie going to get the bad news. Matthus, 67% equity to double up here. And as for Gertie, he is 33% with his ace-8 suited, 5.1 million in the middle. 8 in the window, 986, and now Matthus needing big help here on Turner River. Orin is another 8, and that seals the deal. Gertie gonna win a chunk of chips here. Matthus has been eliminated. Unlucky start, good game. You will take home €2,200 for your efforts. That means we are going to go on a break for the guts of 20 minutes, folks. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. We're going to come back with 2 tables of 8. Stay down to the final table before we go on another redraw. We'll be right back.
It's the World Series of Poker Europe, where players from all around the world come to win a guaranteed prize of 15 million euros. This amazing tournament starts already on October 25th at the King's Resort. Imagine the excitement of competing with worldwide players for a massive prize. Get ready for an intense showdown. Mark your calendar for October 25th and head to King's Resort for the World Series of Poker Europe. It's your time to shine.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. You're just like, yeah, nope. I'm out of here. GG's. Government just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty said, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand, like, tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with, oh boy. The tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier, now the 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying, hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up, greetings. Peter from Poker City, provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. If a club finds its way to the river, could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what Open brings on the turn. 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down. Comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Open is going to have, you know, every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor going to attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 on this turn card. Takes it north to 147.
Thank you.
Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. Nine clubs in the deck. I suppose the 3 10s, 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Open, you know, fresh off a bracelet. Just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in, by the way. Feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half-potting a lot. But again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Open does make the call. 3-6-6 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the slap jam on the river with 8 high. Says Isildur, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Open has taken this long with this decision here, with just ace high, actually thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world, #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. Typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvorak, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Open is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check raise turn and jam river for value. Blocking King 10, that's obviously one of the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like King 8, King of diamonds into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
And 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Open's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orin just doing what Orin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well, an immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call, am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high. Hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
Number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had bad hand to call as well, but
Orin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
that's some risk there, but
Smelt like 10-5 of diamonds, something like that.
enough.
He makes the call. That is why you check, raise, bottom pair, backdoor hearts.
Diamonds and clubs would have been better.
Winning one hand, we're back.
Oh yeah, we want to listen to the players.
Yeah, he told me to stop talking.
We're losing a lot of hands.
Speaking of plugs, YouTube vlog tomorrow, going to be sick. I'm excited for it. Henry, you going to watch it?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Can't really come up with a valid reason for not watching it, to be fair.
Just because you don't want to.
It's more out of spite, kind of like how you called with 3s on an ace 5-5 board. Turn a 3 and
Come
then
on,
tank.
no spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers. 9 ace 4.
A little piece for everyone, bar Espen.
Really like that play from Espen in the last hand. Just recognize that Elkie never has a flush with that line. Put him in the blender.
Floyd on the moon, asking for our Instagrams. They're in the chat, mate. Thank you for your inquiry. Apologies, Gazzy. I cut you off there, pal.
Perk 2 I says, love the booth. Facts. Yes,
Can we
my
call the winner,
dude.
please? Food and drinks.
London thinks, how many little of these triangle pyramid things do you think are in this booth?
Oh. Do you want me to tell you?
One sec, I'm just counting.
Running out of fingers and toes there, buddy.
I think he's actually counted, chat. We've got this soundproof booth, which has these foam walls with kind of like foam pyramids sticking out of them. And they're no longer than like 1.5 inches by 1.5 inches. So there's probably a good, I'd say, a couple of thousand in here.
I'm going to say 1,712.
I'd say 1,700 is probably a very good line.
Oh, I didn't even see the ceiling.
1,700 is a good line.
Are they on the floor? They're not on the floor. Jovarl with a 3-bet, making coach fold ace queen. Oh wait, no, he hasn't folded just yet. My apologies.
What?
So Jovarl has bet out tiny. Goj has raised. Jovarl has gone with a 3-ball, and oh my lord, 4 of clubs on the turn. 32.6 in there. Jovarl turning bottom pair into a bluff with his 2-pair and set blockers, although not really blocking 2-pair with the 4 hearts, but hey ho.
That is why you check, raise, bottom pair, backdoor hearts.
Diamonds and clubs would have been better.
Wait, what would have been better?
Jack 4 diamonds, Jack 4 clubs. Better ace 4 suited blockers. Ace Jack 4 diamonds is the nut one. If you're going to choose Jack 4, then Jack 4 diamonds is the best one. With the backdoor flush draw. And the ace 4 suited blocker. Anyway. Jovarl gets there and then checks. I don't love this. I really think you should continue blasting. Your opponent is going to have virtually no bluffs here. You just allow him to check back with a hand like, you know, ace 10 or something like that. I think you're better off betting the turn and then betting the river. Really don't love this check from Yo Viral.
It's taken a leaf out of Robbie Jade's lose books.
Oh, he's cheating.
Well, I didn't say that, did I?
I did.
Goj is got a knuckle back. The ace queen. King of hearts on the river. Not low run out for Goj.
This is
Now chopping with all ace X.
This is the problem with checking the Jack 4. When you've got a hand as strong as this, you bet 20k on the turn and then 50k on the river. You end up winning a pot that's, you know, 170k potentially. Now you're going to bet 21, 22k and get called at best. You end up winning 60 or 70k. I think this was a misstep from Yo Viral. No disrespect to him. He is, of course, a legend of the game. That massage looks like fun. But I really don't love the turn check. Your opponent has no bluffs, so much ace X, so many you know, continues for your opponent when you bet. Really would have preferred to see a bet from Yo Viral on the turn there. Beef out the pot and then blast the river. And I'd like to see a bet of around 24k. Looks like he's gone ginormous. 47. 1.5x pot.
The old B150.
The old B150. Goj. Can he sniff this one out?
Love that hat.
It's nice, isn't it? He's just an all-round cool dude, isn't he? He's going to cut out the calling chips. 175k euro in his stack.
This would be the biggest pot of the night if he was to make the call.
I think he's going to flick it in. Line makes no sense from Yo Viral.
Could that be the reason that Goj calls it off? Due to how strangely Yo has played this hand. Makes the call.
Robbie.
Robbie announced.
Dedicate. Just for the street. Hustler. Oh my god.
Hustler.
To play that.
127,000 euro pot.
Yo Viral making up for missed value on the turn. Let's listen in here, Henry.
So, what car do you drive?
At the moment, Mercedes.
Which one?
SL. 500, yeah.
Which year? Which year?
22.
Nice. Which car do you have?
Card?
Car.
Car. I have two cars in Georgia, Mercedes and Toyota. But
Which Mercedes?
W11.
What car do you drive?
And BMW X6, new one.
Okay. Did you buy it with your wins at Kings?
Some of, yes.
Which car do you drive?
I drive Golf GT.
What's up?
Good morning. Are you ready for today?
Yeah. See you at Kings.
All right, folks, we're back. Lights, camera, action. Cards are about to be in the air. Shuffle up and deal. 16 players remaining in the Dutch Classics final day, live from the King's Resort in Rosvadova. Let's go. We've got Joris back at the table, who you might remember from last night. Thomas Denny. You asked for Dutchies, you're getting Dutchies. Robert, who was a bit passive in a few situations last night, back in the mix. We've got 4 Germans. Thomas Denny from the Netherlands. Robert Grigor from the Netherlands. Joris Miwes from Belgium. Yes, you asked, Krumel, we have delivered. We've got action. And Jurek Goman from Germany with pocket trees here, 28 bigs in the cutoff. Blinds are still 100, 200, 200. 16 players remaining. All guaranteed a minimum of €2,200. Pay jump is looming of €275. That's the difference between 16th and 15th place. Mark is going to make a loose-ish defend here. Don't love it, don't hate it. I prefer to use these combos in my rejamming range. But the pressure is on, and lo and behold, it flops the world here. An open-ended straight flush draw. And a flop flush. Checka. Turn is an action killer. The King of Hearts. Mark going to bet here. Does not want to bet too big. Only needs to bet something like 400k. That's a huge bet. I mean, it's not huge. It's about 2/3 pop, but relative to his stack, it's massive. Didn't matter anyway, but we want to be betting tiny there or checking a second time. Evis is going to raise to 475 from under the gun with the Queen Jack suited. And for Thomas here in the cutoff, facing an open from under the gun and a call in the hijack. I think eights is right on the line that he wants to shove here. He could make a tight fold. It depends. He's just got to move to the table, so he doesn't know how Ray's happy Evis has been off a short stack. This is a really tough spot here with the eights. I would let 5s, 6s, and 7s go. I'm shoving 9s, 10s, and jacks. Plus, of course, I think 8s just going to be good enough. Does make a good shove. Eva's going to be forced to let this one go, and Goldman not going to be able to hang around. This is going to be too big of a jam, and it's the correct jam from Thomas. Like I said, it's close. Pre-flop whether to call or fold. And I actually wouldn't hate a call or a fold, but I think jamming is the best out of the three options. Go. Would have to put in well over half his chips here to make this call. And with a raise from under the gun and him calling the hijack cutoff, going to get a lot of respect here because he's not just shoving over the top of Goldman, shoving over the top of the under the gun opener. And that narrows his range considerably. Something like 8 plus, as I aforementioned. Ace jack off plus might just shove as well. Ace jack suited, ace queen, and so on and so forth. Jurek gonna let that one go, and a nice pick up there from Thomas.
Soll ich so machen bei euch? Nein, bei dir oder? Auf die Seite ein bisschen. Kollege, du redest Quatsch. Du weißt, du bist... Du redest das, was du noch nicht gehört. Fragt das ein ganzes Licht, dieser bestätigen Sache. Das ist momentan gekommen, was soll ich machen? Ja, dann macht man so oder geht auf Seite ein bisschen. Also, du musst nicht werden. Das ist normal, ich habe nicht angegriffen, das war gegen die Sache. Ja, alles was.
Janot is in the house, says hello, hello. Alex is going to raise to 475 here on the bottom of 6-4 of hearts. Evis is going to defend. I actually prefer to use that in our rejamming range of sub 15 bigs facing a button open. He's decided to just call, flop his king, jack 9, and now Alex just wants to bet small here. He can bet as small as 250. Goes for 325, and Evis not going to be able to continue.
Blinds. 125, 250.
Nice pick up there for the 6 high. Pink chips are now in play as well, folks. They are $500,000 each. So we've had one more elimination occur at an outer table. That means 15 players remaining now. Pay jump has been reached and all players remaining. Guaranteed a minimum of €2,475. Robert on the button here with 18 bigs and pocket fours. Just wants to be shoving this one. It's going to play better as a jam. Looks like he's going to raise. I would prefer to use this as a jam. Off sub 20 bigs on the button. Joris in the big blind with Jack 10 offsuit. Blinds have just gone up, by the way. Small blind is 125, big blind 250 with a 250k running. Big blind ante, that's 125, 250. I wouldn't be against just rejamming if I was in Joris's shoes there with the Jack 10 offsuit. But alas, he has flopped nuts here on ace, king, queen. Robert snap checking back. He's now going to bet 450 And Joris going into Hollywood mode here. Like he's got a massive decision. Two of spades. Just decides to jam for 1.5 million. Nice pick up there for Joris. Very unconventional limp here from Uric under the gun with ace-9 offsuit. Don't try this at home. Mark is going to limp behind. Alex is going to raise to 850 here with the pocket eights, trying to put a stop to this limping malarkey. And now 600k more for Mark to see a flop. This limping thing creates problems when we are playing 20 bigs to start the hand or less. Mark can't set mine this time. And Alex will take down another one, now playing 8 million. All the way around to the small blind. Trigger with a mandatory jam here off this stack depth with King Jack off suit. All in the fella. And Goldman not going to be calling this one, just the 4 deuce. Nice pick up there for Trigger. He's been quiet so far today, hasn't had much opportunities. Joris going to min raise from the cutoff at ace 5 offsuit. And Gorman in the small blind here wants to be re-jamming the ace 7 offsuit facing a cutoff open, but he decides to just let it go. Thomas won't be letting this one go, however. Ace king off suit in the big blind, just wants to be re-jamming this one all day. Joris forced to let it go. Robert under the gun +1, ace-5 suited is just going to let it go. 14 bigs. Think he wants to be min-raising that one, or at least entering the pot in some way. He could shove. Shove wouldn't be the worst option. Decides to just let it go. A bit tight from Robert. Mark going to get a walk. Thomas wants to be entering that one. Completing at the very least. Alex is your chip leader now with 32 bigs. Shortest stack is 8 bigs and everything in between. 15 players still remaining. Seven blinds here for Evis. We've seen him min-raise off to stack depth already. And he goes for it again. Now, if I'm trigger in the hijack with ace-jack, I'm rejamming here all day. But the problem is, Evis's hand looking so strong when he's raising off this stack depth from early position. And you see the power of raising off this stack size. Getting a hand as strong as ace-jack to let it go there. Incredible stuff. It's easy for us. We can see what Evis has been raising with and what stack size off. But if you're just new to this table, you haven't seen how many times he's got this one through. I think in that spot I would be putting ace-jack off suit in the muck myself. Goldman is just going to call in the cutoff here for 500k with the pocket fives. This is really interesting stuff here because Evis only has 1.4 million behind. The bottom line is, though, this is a very wide open off this stack depth. This is a very wide call, knowing how much Evis has behind. Very ambitious. Topsy-turvy. Evis gets there. Flopping top here. He's going to be forced to just let this one go. Bet 700k. And Evis will just take that one down. Neutral nails this one, says that call and that raise set mining against 5 big blinds. Yeah, and you know, Trigger forced to fold a hand as strong as ace jack, and I don't blame him because he doesn't know the crack at this table yet. But it's so funny because that should just go re-jam and Trigger take that one down, and instead you see the 5 paint to flop the set. Incredible stuff. Alex raising to 700k in the small blind with ace jack off suit, but Robert's going to just be letting this one go with 8-3. Joris with ace queen off suit with 12 bigs, and the decision. Raises to 600k. With 2.5 million behind, 2.6 million behind. Alex with the same hand on the button now. Does Alex want to call or 3-bet commit himself to Joris? I think calling seems like the best play here, especially when we have the button. So he does 3-bet to 1.6 million, enough to commit himself to Joris. Joris is going to shove, and now it is exactly 1.6 million more for Alex to call. He is more than priced in. 5.4 million in the pot already. That's just 6.5 bigs behind. Doesn't like it, but he's going to have to call it. I would be shocked to see him fold. Does flick it in, and both players will be happy to see they're up against the same hand. Seen a lot of chops last night. Looks like we're going to see another one here. Poker chops. Four, three, deuce is the flop. Six of diamonds, and that means they will chop this one up. Marking the hijack here. Looks like he is going to attempt to do something with the queen five of spades. Oh dear, he's just going for a limp. Now Alex in the cutoff with the ace-4 of clubs. So Alex is just going to want to be betting this on the king 10-6. Mark forced to let it go. Nice pick up there for Alex. He's now playing 9.3 million, which is good for 37 big blinds. Alex is going to raise to 550 here from the hijack. Getting creative. Getting a little bit jiggy with it with the 7-3 of clubs. Trigger is going to make a good rejam from the big blind here with the king jack off suit. 14 players remaining. 2 tables of 7. Pressure is on. You could cut the tension with a knife. Trigger with a good rejam. Now playing 16 bigs. Alex keeping the pressure on. That's a good example of the bigger stack opening up, putting the pressure on the shorter stacks, and it's a good example of the shorter stacks adjusting with their rejams. Some players might just fold there, some players might just call there, but we can clearly see that if your opponent is raising a wide range from late position, we want to be rejamming hands like King Jack offsuit there all day. 14 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €2,475. Alex with ace, jack of clubs. Alex raises to 550 here from under the gun +1 with ace jack of clubs and trigger in the small blind with king queen offsuit. Now, both tables are going to be 7-handed. I think this is a great hand to rejam also. I know we just rejammed from the big blind, but the shoe fits, I'll wear it. King queen offsuit going to be good enough to rejam, especially against the chip leader at the table. Now, we could just call for 425 and try see a flop. We are going to be out of position though. I think this just plays better as a straight up rejam. I don't want to see Trigger make a tight fold here, but I understand it because he just got one through. He doesn't want to do it 2 times in a row. It tightens Alex's range. Also, he's under the gun +1, but that under the gun +1 when we are 7-handed means they're a little bit closer to being in late position. Joris in the cutoff, ace jack off suit, 11 big blinds is going to jam this one. We've had another elimination, 13 remaining, and look at this, we've got action. Trigger on the button at 16 bigs, and the kings at kings. Great spot for him, and all in front of him for just over 11 big blinds, and we're only playing at 16 ourselves. What a moment this is for Trigger. He's asking for a count. Hello, Hollywood. Man on Fire says, what is he counting? Come on, he's trying to make it look like he doesn't have as strong a hand as he does. It is more than understandable. This is the way the game is. Pay jump has been reached. €2,750 is the current payout. And look at this, I don't believe it. Mark Skunk. Pocket queens facing 2 all-ins. This is crazy. I don't think I can fold 2 ladies in this spot. We've got 3-way action. All in, all in, all in. Ace, Jack, Queens, and Kings. This pot is on fire. 9.125 million up for grabs. Trigger is in a phenomenal position here. 61% equity to eliminate Joris and Mark in one hand. What a spot here for Trigger from the UK. We've had one more elimination on an outer table. This would bring us down to 10 players remaining, meaning it would be the final table bubble. And that's a good start. 9, 8, 6. 2 hearts. Turn is a 10. Joris now with an open ender. Wow, what a hand. River is the Queen of Hearts. I don't believe it. What a horrific, horrific situation there for the Pocket Kings. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Mark getting rinsed. Joris tripling up to 9 million. And you really got a feel for Trigger here. I think this is disgusting. What can you do? You get it in good. You've got 60% equity to eliminate 2 players and go 10-handed. Oh my word, what a hand of action. And had Trigger took a bit shorter time with the decision, if he snap jammed over the top, Mark might have got away from Queens. Not too likely, but you want to make it look like you have more of a decision than you do. I really hated that turn card for Trigger. And he is going to be sick to his stomach. He's left with about 5 big blinds. So, 12 players remaining. Mark is all in by default in the small blind. for just a whisper. 50k, a fifth of a big blind. I need to compose myself, practice what I preach here. Chill. Feel the Winston. Now, Joris wants to be isolating here with ace deuce, decides against it. Trigger is must be on mega tilt here after losing with the kings. He is still playing 4.5 big blinds, needs to stay composed. Lets it go. You play through a field of 1,555 people down to the last two tables and then lose with kings like that. That's going to stain. Jack 8-5 is the flop. Two pair here for Mark. Heart draw for Alex. Turn seals the deal, and Mark will survive. I'm not sure how much he wins of this pot. I don't think he wins the full. He does win the full 350. Yeah, entitled to the big blind. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is now 150k. Big blind is 300k with a 300k running big blind ante. That's 150, 300, 300. Is all in from Trigger for 1.1 million. Mark is all in for 350k with ace queen. This is unbelievable. Mark has the opportunity to get back in the swing of things. Still some work to do, but a hell of a lot more than 50k if he wins this one. Alex wants a count. Jack 5 ain't going to cut it here. Here we go. A king in the window, followed by two more spades. Mark needs another spade here. It's basically a post-flop coin flip. Turn is the 4 of hearts. Trigger 72%. Mark needing a spade or an ace on the river. It's a 6 of clubs. Mark has been eliminated. Trigger is back over the 2 million. Still less than 10 bigs. And that means 11 players remaining now. And that means the current payout is €3,075. trigger all in under the gun. The pocket threes gets the job done. Thomas going to raise to 600k, min raising off 15 bigs, and Joris in the small blind, ace-8 of clubs, and the decision. Three-way action to the flop. Ace Jack 5. Heads up to the turn, 2.8 million in the middle now. Joris defending pre. Thomas going to have the decision whether he wants to shut down or continue telling a story that he's got a big hand. He does block hands like ace king and ace queen. Decides to check it back. River is the queen of hearts, and I'd say he'd be happy to get the showdown now. Now if I'm Joris, I might bet a blockerish type sizing, but doesn't want to get raised, so decides to just go into check call mode. Understandable.
600. Raise all in.
We've got action. Joris raising to 600k. Trigger shoving the last 6 big blinds over the line. Pocket tens. Joris will call, of course, priced in, and this looks like it's going to be Trigger's last hand because it is Jack 6-6. Trigger needing a 10 or he will be eliminated in 11th place. Turn is the deuce of hearts. River is the 5 of clubs. Super, super unlucky run there for Trigger. Loses with the kings, loses with the 10s. Nothing he can do. He played well. 1 or 2 spots probably would have rejammed. But overall, played pretty solid. That means 10 players remaining now. Unlucky Trigger, good game. You will take home €3,075 for your efforts. That means, folks, we are on the final table of the Dutch Classics main event bubble. Final table bubble with 10 remaining. Pay jump is of €700. That's the difference between 10th and 9th. Just look at those beautiful graphics in the background. Fantastic. Production team going above and beyond as per usual to give our viewers the best streaming experience that we can. Joris with 42 bigs, Alex with 27, Thomas with 9, and Evis with 9. That means we are going to wait for a 5th player. Both players going to play 5-handed. This short-handed action makes everything so aggressive. Players have to adjust. Really need to be rejamming more, especially with 2 players under 10 bigs. Those blinds and antes going to devour your stack every couple of hands. Got to go all in to stay alive. We'll be right back. Fantastic to see so many people tuning in on this Monday afternoon. It's brilliant. I love to see it. Awesome. Thank you for your continued support. Peter Targa is the new player at the table. We've seen him on the stream many times before. Peter Targa has a total live earnings of $698,000 on his Hendon Mob, and that's the Hendon Mob alone. Hometown hero from the Czech Republic, one to watch out for. Peter just going to give a walk. I think this is far, far too tight from Targa. He wants to be competing in the small blind at the very least, and with such a short stack in the big blind, I would just be jamming with a hand like Queen 8 offsuit there. Targa raised to 650 on the button. Ace 9 offsuit and Evis with Jack 10 offsuit in the small blind. Sometimes I like a rejam here in Evis's shoes if you know your opponent is capable of raise folding on the button here, which he should be. We can see Targa has a strong hand, but that is not always going to be the case. Joris now in the big blind wants to be seeing a flop here for 350 more. And he does flick it in. And someone asked in the chat, is Rue Nauta still in? I have no info on the outer table, just the feature table itself. But if he is still in, we're going to find out soon enough, because we just have one elimination to go before we have our final 9. And Targa just going to take that one down with a C-bet. Evis going to call here on the button facing the open from Alex. Thomas in the big blind. Very rejammable King Jack off suit 5-handed. I don't really know what way this one was meant to go. I think under the gun is totally fine with the sixes, of course. And of course, we're playing five-handed, so it's no longer under the gun. You are basically in late position. Evis wants to be rejamming this one with the ace-8 suited, considering he has less than 10 bigs to start the hand. And now Thomas faced with a decision for his tournament. I think this is going to play very well as a jam, considering there's so much money out there up for grabs already. Is going to call, and we've got action here because Evis with not flush draw. You can see he's got 46% equity, and Thomas wants to be check jamming this one or check calling at the very least sub 10 bigs. Can avoid these situations have we just rejam pre, but such is life. Alex just wants to be checking against two players here out of position. He might go for a really small bet, but I don't recommend it with such a wet texture. This one is going to smack the buttons defending range more so than our opening range. Does go for 450. I can get behind this. At least it's a one and done situation. Now for Evis, wants to protect his hand and shove all in there. I guess that's as good as doing an all in, raising to 1.1 million. And now Alex going to be forced to let it go. And the King Jack somehow surviving there by getting out of the way with that significant action in front of him. Interesting stuff here happening with 10 remaining. And the previous hand, the ace-king just taking down the blinds and antes. Not much to talk about there. Alex in the small blind here with 21 bigs, ace, 8 of hearts, and the decision. And he's going to raise to 800k here. Close to the full 3x. And Peter with king 7 of clubs wants to be seeing a flop here for a $500,000 more. Does flick in a pink chip. Alex and Targa catching a piece of this. Targa with an open ender. Alex backdoor hearts working for him and needs one of Targa's 7s to make a straight. He's going to bet 650. Negatoral says nobody wants to hit his low card. Yes, indeed. Turn is the Queen of Diamonds. This pot now 3.2 million, and not great for Alex to keep coming with another bet here. Personally think we just need to check. Going to be tough to get a 6 to fold or maybe even a 5 to fold. Backdoor diamonds coming in. We do block straights. If we're going to bet, we want to bet at least 1.2 million. Goes for 1.45 million, and that will get Targa to fold an open ender. That's a really nice bet from Alex. I was thinking he might want to check because he's going to still have the best hand a decent portion of the time, but decides to bet again. I actually don't know what the big blind should do there. It's a tough spot. I don't know what you think about this one in the chat, folks, but maybe we could make an argument there for raising with an open ender because we don't have the arse end of it, we have the top end of it, so we have a really good hand. We've open-ended straight draw and 2 overcards to the flop. I think if I was going to continue with the king 7, I might just raise and call it off, personally. Apocalypse says, Dan, Wayne Barnes, that cheated Ireland out, is now refereeing the final. Is he not part of the team? How can he be refereeing if he's part of the team? I don't understand that. Guess the rugby is as fixed as the football now. Thomas is going to make a bizarrely loose shove here with 6-5 offsuit from the cutoff. Eight bigs from the cutoff. We could shove 6-5 suited if we wanted to, but that's about it. That's about the lowest. Oh, Wayne Barnes was, he plays for England. Is that correct? Evis asking for a count, and you know what? Although this is half of Evis' stack, this is just too good of an opportunity to eliminate a player. It's 8 big blinds total. We have our big blind invested, our big blind anti-invested, and the shove coming from the cutoff. there's no one to act behind us. All of these reasons are good enough to make this call. King Jack suited going to have more than enough equity against an 8 big blind cutoff jam, even if it is the final table bubble. Evis makes a very tight fold, and he plays a very raise heavy game, just keeps raising off whatever stack size he has, even off 7 bigs. So he decides he can just find better spots. I understand it, I get it, but just King Jack suited is going to play too well. But hey, we can see that it was only a 60-40. Very bad says he understands the fold. Yeah, a man of Evis's caliber there can just navigate his way to the final table and pick spots that other players just simply aren't picking. So I do understand it too. I just think for half of our stack there, King Jack suited, 8 bigs total, we got a call. Yes, he did shove from the cutoff. You can make arguments for shove or for calling or folding. I just think it's a great spot to go to the final table, get the pay jump, and put yourself in real contention to get a podium finish at this final table. You know, you don't want to be going in too short. To each their own. Queen's going to take this one down.
Ist das ja flämisch oder was? Ist das flämisch oder? Flämisch, die Sprache, was ist das? Holländisch. Holländisch. Genau.
Average stack at the moment is 7.7 million, which is good for 26 big blinds, just shy of. Thomas in the small blind, ace-6 of clubs, 8 bigs, just wants to be jamming this one. Ace-6 of clubs. Gonna play more than well in an all-in confrontation here. It's just a mandatory shove off this stack depth. We've seen some tight folds, blind v blind, but this, we just seen him shove a 6-5 off suit, for example. He's hardly going to be passing up this one. Does shove. And look how much he's going to pick up here. Going to go from 2.6 to 3.2. Essentially adding 20% to his stack just by getting the blinds and antes. Evis is going to raise to 950 here from under the gun. This is a very large raise over the 3x. It ain't going to matter though. Alex in the small blind with a monster. He's got ace king. We've got action. Is going to 3-bet to 2.5 million, and now the action is going to be back on Evis, and I don't think we can fold here. This is just very strange. He's going to call, leaving himself with 5 big blinds behind. What does he do when there's an ace or a king or a queen out there, or even a jack? Strange play by Evis, deciding to keep 1.7 million behind. And I guess we just have to stack off on this flop. I wonder what his strategy is. Is it to fold if it comes an ace or a king out there? Interesting stuff. And Alex forced to put them all in. Should have just went all in pre. Evis, of course, going to call it off. 9 million in this pot up for grabs. If Alex can hit an ace or a king, we will go to the final table. If not, Evis will sit back down with 30 big blinds and a little bit of cheese on top. Turn is a queen, giving additional outs to Alex, although Evis has 2 of those outs in his hand. 7 outs for Alex as we hit the river. It is the 4 diamonds. Evis will get a massive, healthy double up and some. Alex forced to pay the man. And EO Zam says, not everybody plays ABC poker, it seems. No, not everybody plays ABC poker, especially recreationals who's paid €250 to buy into this event with the chance to play for over 50 G's, baby. It's massive money for in relation to the buy-in. Targa is going to complete in the small blind. Thomas with 2 red kings. We've seen him shove once or twice. Could just try to min raise this one. And you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, 9 players remaining now. And that means this is going to be the last hand before the break. And we will go on the guts of a 20-minute break and come back for the final table of the Dutch Classics. Thomas making it 7:50 to go. That's going to do it, folks. We are going on a break. Going to come back in 17 minutes for the final table of the Dutch Classics. We'll be right back.
I give you 20. Just move your chips. That's it.
It's a World Series of Poker Europe, where players from all around the world come to win a guaranteed prize of 15 million euros. This amazing tournament starts already on October 25th at the King's Resort. Imagine the excitement of competing with worldwide players for a massive prize. Get ready for an intense showdown. Mark your calendar for October 25th and head to King's Resort for the World Series of Poker Europe. It's your time to shine.
All in from Caminita, and Pansier is asking for a count. Really, really awful spot for him.
Bottom of range when our opponents could easily just, 3x trashy hands like 8-3 and whatnot.
I think you're absolutely right, Henry. I think we want to be limping in there sometimes. Obviously, it is nice to just go ahead and rip and, see what happens, let the cards fall where they may, but getting trappy is never a bad thing. Particularly a hand like Queens, which doesn't need too much protection from overcards. As we see Pansier raising to 500,000 under the gun, comes with the min open, and Mr. Wheeler, all the way from Chicago.
Doesn't have the worst hand in the world to 3-bet fold.
We're going to see a re-raise after he takes his time, but elects to just let it go. Oh, Mr. Wheeler.
Seeing a 22 big blind stack. See the payouts in the chat there for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you want to hear my Jason Wheeler story?
It's your story, mate. Yeah.
I feel like I've built it up to something it's not.
Oh no! Is it another
what?
Disappointing Gary Blackwood story?
Yes, it is.
It's kind of like your jokes, your dad jokes.
Oi, you take that back. Right. So I think the year is 2018. I'm playing my first ever World Series of Poker main event.
Oh no!
I think I am.
Oh.
It's okay. I let like this and fold.
Wow.
So Milan has
just set fire to 125k. Didn't realize that it had been opened.
Matthew will play 40. Matthew will play 25k. And you? Yeah. You also lose about?
Wow.
Well, that's a pretty brutal live misclick.
Yeah.
Really need to stay dialed in these spots, chat. Pay attention. I mean, there's a lot going on. Would have flopped an open ender. What a weird spot.
What will you play after WSOP?
Below with 3.5.
Where will you go after WSOP?
Behind 1.4 in the middle.
Yeah, and then EPD Prague. And time off. And then time off. Thinking of going to Amsterdam. Not like big, but it's going to be fun. 6-2.
Gets checked through. 5 of clubs on the turn, pairing the board.
Bulu immediately reaching. Henry spoke about this earlier. He tends to act hella quickly. Comes out with a very quick stab here for 350,000 chippies.
Yeah, big fan of this turn probe for quarter pot.
Around 350.
Also same stuff.
Not going to get the job done though. Pansier correctly deciphering that his ace king is going to be good a lot of the time here. Makes a call. Bulu looking for a 7, an 8, or a 9 to take the lead. Pansier staring him down. 6 of hearts on the river. Bit of a disaster card if you're Boogaloo, because now the ace-x type hand's a little more likely to call.
Not this WSOP, but the one that they threw in October.
Not going to slow him down, Gary. As he goes B25 on the turn. B50, thereabouts, on the river.
Straight draws miss, flush draws miss. Pansier with just ace high. One of the better ace highs to call with though. Your opponent shouldn't be bluffing much ace x or king x. So you unblock those bluffs.
First time
Don't block too much value, mind you.
I got heads up for a bracelet, so I just thought
You don't block ace-6 suited. You do block king-6 suited. You don't block king-5 suited.
I was like, oh, this just happens all the time.
These guys really focused. Every pot extremely important. Makes the call.
Nice call, sir. Take a bow. Not easy. Obviously, easy for us in the booth and at home, but out there, bright lights, cameras.
Don't want to look like an idiot.
Yeah, 2 players away from a WSOP bracelet event final table.
If you take me by mistake,
Stays dialed in and finds the correct call up to 10 million in chips down. The Frenchman, Crumbs.
What did you think of Rozvadov Everhoof? Curious to hear your thoughts on this place. How many likes have we got on YouTube, I hear you ask? As we're going to see a flop for the first time in a while. 257. You guys are awesome. My name is Gary Blackwood, also known as GazzyB123. As we get a very interesting flop here. The Jack Deuce of Spades flopping the flush draw. Pansier flopping top pair. I don't see Pansier doing much checking here. Maybe he just check rips it. Who knows? Does elect to check. Caminita with that flush draw and the overcard. Reasonable equity here for the Italian. He decides to knuckle it on back. 5 of diamonds on the turn. No help to Caminita just yet, although he does pick up the gut shot. A 4 would give him a straight. A jack would give him top pair. A spade would give him a flush. 31% equity. Does Pansier start to fire now? Answer is yes. Lars de Monk says EPT Prague is soon. Yes, it is, my friend. Yes, it is. 2.4 million is the bet. Call from Caminita. No help to him on the river. Pansier with the best of it. 8.4 million in there. Caminita with a pot-sized bet left behind. Had to get an action flop. And then 9 deuce versus Jack Deuce hands. Caminita didn't bluff the river earlier in this spot. When his king high flush draw missed. A lot less showdown value here with the Jack Deuce.
1 Coke Zero, please. Yeah.
All in from Caminita, and Pansier is asking for a count. Really, really awful spot for him with just second pair. Lots of draws missed though. Lots of hands like Jack 4, 10-4, spades. Chat, do we think he's going to call it off? Type number 1 if you think he's going to call, 2 if he's going to fold. Get your answers in as soon as possible. 1 if you think Pansier makes the call with a pair of 9s. 2 if you think he folds. We've got deuce, deuce, deuce already. Bunch of 1s. Wow. Answers coming in thick and fast. Plant a seed, there are 2,982. Looks to be that the chat thinks a call is slightly more likely. All those missed draws as mentioned, but a bunch of 2 pairs. Bunch of straights that might play like this. Pansier with the big stack. He might want to preserve that stack. If he calls and loses, he's down to about 15 million. Less, actually. But on the other hand, guys and girls, if he calls and wins, he's got 1 hand on the bracelet. Should have gone all in on the turn with that hand. A little surprised they didn't get it in on the flop, to be honest with you. There's no obvious 2 pairs. I think there are some. 5-3, 6-3. 6-5, 9-5, King 3, King 6. It gets through, and he shows the bluff. Oh my days, you love to see it. Caminita instantly on his back. Absolutely fantastic.
seriousness of this event. The average stack creeping ever closer to 1 million.
Это там 400, 100 тысяч. 4, 5?
Million. Million total.
How much?
Million together.
Million, okay.
Exactly.
Close 50.
36 players remaining now. Thomas raises to 50k. Mexi calling in the hijack with the Jack 9 of clubs. Giuseppe not wanting to see a flop with the King 7 off suit. We go heads up to the flop. Mexi in position on ace, 10, 4, 2 hearts. Thomas flopping a set. That's 50k and a quick call from Mexi. Turn giving him a world of outs. The 8 of clubs. And oh boy, we've got action.
125.
From Thomas, I don't want to be going too small here with 2 flush draws on board. I want to bet something like 150. Bets 125. Mexi with the open ender and the flush draw. You can see above his head his 8 outs. Looks like he's going for a raise here. A raise to 350. Sweet music to Thomas's ears.
All in. Call.
Thomas moves all in. Mexi quickly calling. This pot spiraling out of control, out of nowhere. 2.2 million in this pot, ladies and gentlemen. That is 110 big blinds as we are going to see the river. Mexi is going to have over 3 million if he hits. Thomas is going to have 2.2 if he can hold. What a moment for both players here. The river is a brick, the 3 of diamonds. Sit back down, Thomas. Mexi going to lose a massive chunk of his stack. Thomas now going to be playing 110 big blinds. What a difference a hand can make.
975.
Well, you know what, Apocalypse? You can't say that wasn't an action turn. We want action on this channel, and we've had non-stop action for this first hour of play. We are only live 60 minutes, and look at all the hands we've got to witness.
So, what car do you drive?
At the moment, Mercedes.
Which one?
SL. 1200, yeah.
Which year? Which year?
22.
Nice. Which car do you have?
Card?
Car.
Ah, car. I have 2 cars in Georgia, Mercedes and Toyota. But
Which Mercedes?
W11.
What car do you drive?
And BMW X6, new one.
Okay. Did you buy it with your wins at Kings?
Some of, yes.
Which car do you drive?
I drive Golf GT.
What's up?
Good morning. Are you ready for today?
Yeah. See you at Kings.
8 of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket fives. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what the
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
all-in and calls.
5 away
I mean, it's been pretty fast-paced.
from either being down to
Big,
4.
like, as a spectacle.
What did you have?
Don't give him all, but don't fucking tell him.
5 spots? Oh wow. I mean, I had naked 6s. Like 6s, the worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair, and it's just like. Yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn? I mean, it's just like a nasty spot. Sure. That was such a long.
Sweaty turn card. Open, looking for a 6, 8, 10, or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100k victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short. Embrace it, event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros.
No phones allowed at the table. So leave the phone over there at the small table, please. Mister, you have phone? Telephone? No? What did you have under the check? With the no, it's this one. Yeah. What did you have? Directly. I want you to. Alright guys, so congratulations everyone who made it so far in this tournament. We have 4 WSOP tickets on the top. They worth 10,350 euros. This tournament no deals are allowed, so we play down to the winner. Okay? So please don't talk about the deals at the table. If you do shot with 3, 4, 5, 2 players, doesn't matter what, as the floor kindly that we would like to have a break or something. I can manage to have some break and you can talk what you want outside of the table. I don't mind. Just don't stand up and don't leave the table, okay? So use English only at the table during the time. Please try to don't walk all the time to the rail and back, okay? It doesn't look good on the camera. So if you are rolling and call, you will see it on the screen or on the board. Don't stand up because in the corners there are cameras. So you will block the camera with your head. No problem, toilet is fine. It's fine, just don't run there and back like all this. Okay? Of course, yes. Okay. Okay guys, so we are ready to continue. Blinds 150, 300. Yeah, no, you can go away, just don't go to the rail and back like this, you know? Okay. So 150, 300, 300, button on the last side that we should stop what?
All right, everybody, we are back. Lights, camera, action. This is the final table of the Dutch Classics main event. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov, and your overwhelming chip leader at this final table is Safwan Bahari, who is part of the French crew that contains Dorian Melhers, Clement Cure, and Riyad Farhat. Be amazing to see him navigate his way through this one, playing almost 20 million chips. Blinds are still 150, 300, 300. Current payout is €3,735 at the moment. And remember, first, second, third, and fourth will all take home a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. The main event, of course. People asking about the sale in the chat on Twitch. Yes, indeed. We have a massive up to 50% sale prepared for the viewers of the stream. Do not miss your opportunity to dress yourself like a king or a queen. Head over to the website www.kingsresort.com and go to the shop section, go to the collections and the outlet and see for yourself. Apocalypse says Afghanistan just beat Pakistan in the Cricket World Cup. Okay, that was a useless piece of information. Maybe England aren't so bad for losing to them after all. We all know the English are bottlers. You only get so far and then do a Houdini. Just kidding. Kind of. Average stack is 8.6 million, getting close to 30 big blinds. All players remaining chasing that ticket, and of course the first prize of €51,000. Hope you're all very well on this Monday evening. We've got dirhams from the UK. Let's have a look at the final table here, the different nationalities. We've got Thomas Denny from the Netherlands, Alex from Germany, Jurek Goman from Germany, dirhams from the United Kingdom, Boilant Evis from Germany, Safwan Bahari from France, Joris from Belgium, Peter Targa from the Czech Republic, and rounding out the table in seat 9 is Michael Strauch from Germany also. Who says, had a look at the odds for the rugby final. New Zealand 4-5, so doing the same as I did with the Argentina fix. £300 returns 540. That's not guaranteed. Coran Kello says he ordered a t-shirt a few weeks ago, worth the price, super cool. Thanks for letting us know that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting some merchandise myself. I'm going to be dressed from head to toe this time next year, heading over to the King's Resort. You watch. Watch this space. Roll out the red carpet for Action Man Dan. Let's go. Dirhams raises to 675. Alex in the small blind with 14 bigs wants to be rejamming this one with the ace jack off suit. I do think that that is too tight of a laydown from the ace-jack, even if we are at the final table. And Goldman in the big blind wants to be rejamming this one with pocket eights. Actually, I take that back because this is an under the gun open, and because we are no longer five-handed, we are nine-handed. Goldman making the rejam from the big blind. the call is understandable. Yes, neutral. I take that back. I was just adjusting to the fact that we're no longer five-handed. The ace-jack making a tight laydown, but I understand that, especially when the raise is coming from under the gun. That's a ballsy enough rejam with the eights, considering the significant ICM pressure. Nearly a grand is the difference between 9th and 8th place. Neutral says he was at the table with Durham yesterday. If you know his ranges, it's a push. Thanks for letting us know that. He obviously a very wide opener. And expect to see Safwan be very aggro. He has all the chips to do it, but he might just sit back and let the rest of them tear each other to pieces, you know. Thomas raising to 800k here with the a6 offsuit in the cutoff, and Goldman in the small blind. Wants to be rejamming this one the majority of the time. Like I keep saying, there is significant ICM pressure. I think the ace-9 is still going to be a bit too good not to jam. And Goldman is going to make a good rejam here. And this raise from Thomas is going to look very strong, you know, but if he wants to get hands like the one Goldman has to fold pre, the only way he's going to do that is to jam. One of the shortest stacks at the table as well. I wouldn't have minded him just letting this one go either. The a6 not going to play too well, but with the stacks behind him, I think raise folding totally fine. Nice pick up there for Goldman. Michael gonna raise here. He's gonna raise to 1 million. Quite a large raise sizing from Michael with the King Queen offsuit. And Evis would defend here had it been a smaller raise from Michael, but with 600k more for him to call. If it was a raise to 1 million, it would be 700k more for him to call. And it looks like it was 900k, not 1 million. Evis is going to check 765. Michael just wants to check back here. The reason being, this flop smacks Evis's perceived big blind defending range more so than the opening range of Michael. And Evis, I don't like the way he's playing this. I don't mind him calling, but do not just check in the dark. Make it look like you've got more of a decision. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a straight. 5 million in the pot. Turn going check, check. River pairing the board. If I'm Evis, I want to get paid by those over pairs. I'm going to bet something around 2 million here. Something around 2 to 2.5 million seems like a good sizing to get paid by an overpair. Goes for 2.4. And Michael forced to let it go. Jaxie 1974 says, evening Dan, seat 6 is a crusher. My pick to take it down. Safwan Bahari is going to be very hard to take out from here. He is a cool, composed, confident character. Says huge stack 2 makes my choice look easy, but as stacks get shallow, he knows how to navigate through the minefield. Yeah, very good comment. Thank you for that information. I'm always wary every time I see the French flag that it's going to be one of the 4 boys I mentioned earlier. These guys just absolutely crushing in the King's Resort over the last 18 months or so, maybe even longer than that. Thomas picking up the aces here. Red Luigi asks, why do players check in the dark? Yeah, I don't know if I like the check in the dark. It just makes it look like you've got a middling range. Because if you've got the bottom part of your range or the top part of your range, you're not just going to check in the dark, because you're going to see what the turn brings, or the flop, whatever the case may be. Usually want to do that if we've got the nuts or a bluff, whatever, on any street or pre-flop. We're going to take our time. We're not just going to jam it all in. Thomas is going to just shove for 10 bigs with the blackberries. Apocalypse asks, sure it's not just Dorian in disguise. Well, they all play fairly similar. I don't know anything about these people, but I've been watching them like a hawk for the last 18 months anytime they're on the stream, and it is clear to me that they have some form of a study group or study sessions with each other, because they all play fairly similar. That's what you want to do. Get yourself into a group of like-minded players if you're trying to reach the top. If you want to become a sprinter or a swimmer, you would want to hang around with someone like Michael Phelps or Usain Bolt or whoever their crew is, not 4 or 5 obese men. It's easy to beat them in a race, but only being around people that are better than you is going to make you excel. Fives deciding to go with this. Dirham's an ICM disaster here to stack off with pocket fives, but he is one of the shortest stacks, so he decides he's going to gamble with his pair. Groin and Emo says, oh no. Evis has no decision here, facing an all-in in the call. There's no reason for him to be taking this much time. And it is all in and call. As BVHT says, who cares about ICM? ICM applies to everyone except poker players who've got rich dads. Well, being told. Jack 10-7 is the flop. Thomas way out in the lead. Dirham's going to need a 5, or he can get a 9 for a chop. Otherwise, he would be left with 2 big blinds. It is the King of Spades on the river. Thomas now playing over 7 million. And Dirham's with a tad over 2 big blinds remaining. Thomas now picking up ace jack off suit. Makes it 800k to go. Thomas is going to go all in for the last two big blinds with ace 5 off suit. Joris wants to see a flop. Blinds have gone up, by the way. It's 200, 400, 400, not 150, 300, 300. Bear that in mind. King 9-6 is the flop. Joris checks. Thomas checks back. Turn is the 8 of clubs. Dirhams is going to need help on this river or he will be eliminated in 9th place. River is the 4 of clubs. Dirhams has been eliminated in 9th place. GG, sir. Unlucky. You'll take home €3,735 for your efforts. That means 8 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €4,800. Master Voltaire says he called with 5-5 for fear of being blinded out. Blinds are high. Blinds are high. Pressure is on, but those small pairs not ideal to be stacking off with. You're hoping for a coin flip situation and you can easily be dominated. But hey, whatever's clever, you paid €250, you play whatever way you want. Goldman is just making a ludicrously large raise here. Unless my eyes are deceiving me, he has raised to 2.125 million. That will get the job done, but it is a risky business. So next hand here, Evis is going to raise with the ace-9 of diamonds to 850k. I have no idea why people are putting exclamation Mayo in the chat. Wouldn't be my favorite sauce. 983 is the flop. We've got action, small blind here for Targa, 11 bigs behind, and has a nut flush draw. Michael with the toppest of pairs, but it is Evis with the toppest of pairs, toppest of kickers. What the hell is going to happen here? Targa betting 800k. Now Michael most likely just calls, and then I think Evis should put the hammer down. This is very strange situation, the way this is going down so far. What a flop. That's a raise. Raises to 2.2 million. Target is all in. And that's going to allow Michael to get away from top pair. And he will get out of the way. Nearly 13 million in this pot up for grabs. Evis 66% equity. Target 34%. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. Targa needing help on this river. He will be eliminated in 8th place. River is the 3 of clubs, and Boulant Evis will scoop those chips now, playing just under 19 million. Targa has been eliminated, and he will take home €4,800 for his efforts. That means 7 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €6,800. As Apocalypse had to say, FT going quickly today. Be careful what you wish for. You know the way it goes around here sometimes. It's a feast or a famine. And Apocalypse, on this day of all days, I'd be lying if I said I wanted a super long FT, considering I'm going on my holidays. I take my annual leave after today, this evening. But I am as giddy as a schoolgirl. Action Man Dan is going to have to seek some action elsewhere other than the commentary booth for a few weeks. To the best of my knowledge anyway. But we will see what happens. Apocalypse asked, do I know what my first event back is? I've an idea. I'm not exactly sure. Hold on now. We can find that out. Do you need to know? It will be after the World Series of Poker Europe. Unless someone puts out the Action Man signal at an earlier date, that is when I believe I will be back for the Swiss Poker Open Limited Edition. That will take place after the World Series of Poker Europe. We've got the World Series of Poker Europe, 15 million guaranteed, 15 bracelets, and a 10k main event. What more could you ask for? That is on from the 25th of this month. That's starting in 2 days' time, folks. And that will run all the way till the 15th of November. And then from the 15th of November to the 20th, we will have the Swiss Poker Open Limited Edition. But let's just concentrate on this final table and the World Series of Poker Europe for now. So to answer your question, Apocalypse, I believe we're looking at the 19th of November. Apocalypse says he's going to play the 1250 GUKPT Blackpool main event. Best of luck, buddy.
Block time.
Yeah, he's taking a bit too much time here, Goldman. He wants to either open. I understand we need to take time with every single decision we make, but he either wants to open this one or let it go. Looks like he is going for an open. Looks like he did eventually decide to raise to 1.125 million. Michael going to call with a very sexy King Queen of Hearts on the button. Alex getting out of the way in the big blind. What a flop this is indeed for Michael. Not only has he flopped straight, He's got an inside straight flush draw. We can see that he can't make that straight flush because Goldman has the 10 of hearts. But juicy nonetheless. Michael gonna go for a small bet here. I actually don't even think we want to bet on this board. Our hand is just too strong. I can get behind betting small though. He bets 900k. Let's see what Goldman does. He's going to be forced to call one. Cool Cats says, good evening, brothers. Good evening, Cool Cats. Okay, that's a call at 900k. This pot now getting bloated. It's over 5 million. Let's see the turn. Turn is the 3 of hearts. Michael now with the flush. Now Michael wants to bet a very small amount to set up a river jam. Goes for just over 1 million. And now Gorman looks a bit frustrated. Does call. Giving away a lot of information there by his body language, the way he's acting. And the river coming and jack of clubs. I'm not sure what Coleman is thinking here, but it looks like he's considering a bet. Imagine he jammed this. If he jams this, I really don't even like calling with Michael's hand. And you can call me crazy. He's got a straight. He's got a flush. The board is paired. It's gone bet call, and then he just leads for all in on the river. I don't know how much he bet. There's a hat in my way. It looks like a lot. It has been called. 1.3 million. Michael's going to pick him off for that price, of course. But I don't know about you, chat. If Goldman just shoved all in on the river for nearly pot, I don't know if I'm calling with a flush. Either way, that's a massive pot for Michael. Woo-wee. Hooty-hoo. Neutral says he would have shoved it, folded if he shoved after he put that show on the turn. That's what I'm saying. It looks so strong, but you're also giving away the strength of your hand if you aren't going to do something. If you show that you're that strong and then don't follow through with a jam or whatever the case may be, then you've just showed the opposite. Like, we can't just do anything else other than call on the river for that sizing. Yeah, but Apocalypse, it was also a pair board. There are full houses out there. It's not a great situation to be in. He's raised under the gun. Check call the flop. Check call the turn dramatically, like he is doing some form of Hollywood, and then leads on the river. But the problem is he led on the river for about 1/6 pot, or about 20% pot, something around that area. Full house was more than possible at that point. It would have been a sick move because we have a 10 as a full house blocker. Quads was possible, says Layla. Yeah, it was, yeah. Thomas raising to 825 on the button here. Alex wants to be rejamming this one, and he does do just that for 4.4 million total with a7 of hearts. And Goldman deciding to stack off here with King Queen. Wasn't expecting to see this from Goldman. Obviously tilted about that previous hand. With a raise and a jam in front of him. Expected to see him just fold the King Queen, but he does decide to go with it. And here we go. We've got another all-in and call. Incognito Burrito 420 says Honda boys. Pretty sure I know who that is. Go shave your beard, will you? So it is the ace-7 suited against the King Queen of Goldman. Three deuce deuce is the flop. Goldman gonna need help to stick around. He will be left with fumes if he loses this one. Oh, it's a king. Always a surprise around the corner at kings. Alex is sickened. River is the 9 of diamonds. So it is Goldman that has 8.425 million now, and Alex going to be left with 2 big blinds. And you know what? I really got a feel for Alex here because he's not supposed to be going all in and call there. His rejam is supposed to get through. Also seen him lose some pots earlier. He hasn't had it his way at all. And that's just adding insult to injury. He's now left with 2 big blinds. Nothing he can do. Thomas raising to 850 here with the pocket eights. And on 755, going to check Loose enough to defend, but I can get behind it because we are suited. Thomas going to bet 950. And Evis might... I said he might use this as a check raise, but the problem is Thomas is not deep enough to consider doing something like that. Christie's is in the house, says hi all. Good evening, Christie's. Hooty hoo! Thomas in the hijack with King Queen of Hearts, 21 big blinds and the decision. And it's important to note at this stage, Safwan has done nothing at this final table and already got 2 pay jumps. He is just sitting there cool as a cucumber, ready for what's to come. If you can let these dogs fight it out amongst themselves and knock each other out, he can just swoop in there with the guts of 20 million chips. And he is by far the most accomplished player left at this final table. Average stack is 11 million at the moment, and he's already playing 17 or 18 mil, something around that area. Nice pick up there for Thomas. Thomas getting close to 10 million now. Fold all the way around to Safwan. Bahri. Pocket 8, 44 bigs. Look at all those pink chips in front of him. He's going to put them to use. Raises the full 3x into Joris with the ace 5. And for Joris with ace 5 here, most likely just wants to be calling. If he is doing anything other than that, probably just wants to jam. 3-bet fold, also an option. I don't really like it though with the ace. I'd rather just shove. And if he straight up jams Bahari, gonna have to call with 8s, I would assume. Okay, he's gone for this option. I don't mind this. Bahari just gonna have to stuff it on him. Now, when Joris 3-bets the 3 million here, he's basically saying he's got nuts or air. All the middle part of his range just wants to be shoving. So when he 3-bets off this stack size, he's saying he's got a really big hand or nothing at all. Very polarized range. Stefan is just going to 4-bet rip. And I originally said that I think that this is just a rejam. But the more I think about it, he's over the 20 big blind mark. It actually does play well as a 3-bet fold. Although I think the preferred option is to just call in position. Stefan still your chip leader with 10 big blinds more than Evis, and then Michael with 32 bigs, Thomas with 24, Coleman with 20, Joris with 15, and Alex on life support playing only 2 big blinds. So Alex is all in for 800k here. Saf1 old with the 8-5 offsuit. Yours going to fold in the small, and now Michael is going to have to call by default. Does call. We are off to the races. Alex doesn't look like the happiest of jockeys, but there is 2.2 million in the pot. Could get him back into this. He would be playing over 5 big blinds once more. And as for Michael, can eliminate a player, and we will be going 6-handed. 8-8-3 is the flop. Good start for Michael. 1 heart in it for Alex. It's basically a post-flop coin flip. Turn is the Queen of Diamonds. River is a queen, and Alex will survive and double up to 5 bigs. Double pair board counterfeiting the little duckies of Michael. Real Rusty says, had a coin flip and complains losing it. I think everyone, since the history of time, the beginning of the history of time, complains when they get counterfeit on a double pair board. Just the way life is. Also, I will say this about a coin flip. I found an article there the other day that says a coin flip is actually not a coin flip, because if you have the coin on the head or the tail side and flip it into the air, there is actually an extra 2% chance that whatever side you are flipping it from, so if you are flipping it from the head side, it will be 2% more likely to flip back onto the head side. Same way, if it was tails, it would be more likely to go back onto tails. Now, class in session. The more you know. Every day is a learning day. Alex all in for 2.2 million under the gun.
7, raise all in. 9 pass.
And Alex is just having no luck today, apart from the previous hand where he doubled up. But Joris now set to put him onto the rail. Joris with the Barries, the two aces, 92% equity against the ace 4 of Alex. 5.6 million in the pot in this one. King Jack 10 is the flop. Turns the deuce of clubs, and just a chop now for Alex. 3 outs. It doesn't arrive. It's the 5 of spades. Joris will eliminate Alex in 7th place, which means we go six-handed. Means we're 2 eliminations away from everyone securing a €10,000 ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Christy says it was 2 outs. Yes, thank you for correcting the screen there. That's how we learn. You are indeed correct, of course. Club, no good. 6 players remaining. Blinds have just gone up. Small blind is $250,000. Big blind is $500,000 with $500,000 running. Big blind ante. That's 250, 500, 500.
7 raise, 1.1.
Joris going to raise to 1.1 million in the hijack with pocket 5s. Goldman is going to call from the small. Bit of a wide defend here from the small blind of Goldman with 9-7 suited. Evis going to call for an additional 600k, which is also far too wide in this situation. Not going to play well post flop and multi-way action with queen 4. Flop is king 6-3. Joris is going to bet 1.5 million from the hijack. And neither player going to be able to continue here, Goldman or Evis. Nice pick up there for the pocket fives. As Bird says, come on, Elvis. No need to tank anymore. Goldman on the button here, just wants to show 12 bigs with the king jack off suit. Does move all in, takes down the blinds and antes. Now playing 14 big blinds. Memes of Death says decent X check raise combo in air category, probably. Joris is going to let that one go, and Safwan going to take down a pot, add 2 million to his stack, which is about 10% at this late stage. Order Colin says, a new feature table chairs I see. Yeah, I'm waiting on a chair myself yet. In one of these giveaways, I'm going to get a hoodie and a chair.
Raise 1 million. 7 pass. 9 pass.
Nook 39 says he has the squeaking from the Prague chairs as his ringtone. I have a very squeaky chair in my room actually as well. Incognito Burrito says, you think the comms would get a nice chair for themselves? I had one. I had to get it changed. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, Michael is going to raise to 1.2 million with the pocket tens from the small blind. Thomas is going to call for an additional 700k with 6-4 of diamonds, and we will see the flop. Flop is Jack 6 deuce. Thomas with a piece of it. Just one over card to Michael's pocket tens. He's going to want to bet something small here. Something around a million, 1.2 million seems totally acceptable to me. He's going to go for 1.5 mil, and now it's going to be tough for Thomas, but when we catch a piece of it like this, I think we have to see a turn card. And this is why sometimes we pick up additional equity, this time in the form of 2 pair. And this is such an ideal turn card for Thomas. And an awful, awful situation for Michael. Stack to pot ratio is less than 1-1 here. Thomas is just going to jam. And now, if I'm Michael here, we beat some club draws. We beat some straight draws. This is a very tough fold here if we are in Michael's shoes. Blind v blind. We've got 2 10s. Yes, any jack beats us, but it is unlikely. I really do not know what Michael is meant to do here against quite an aggressive player. I think we just have to pay the man. It is for 2/3 of our stack. The question is, would Thomas be doing this with a 6, like king 6, queen 6? He loses to any jack. Maybe Michael just has to put this one in the bin and make a tight fold and move on with 15 bigs. It seems so tight though. And he can't do it. Does pay the man. And that's going to be the end of that. He's going to have to get lucky on this river or he will be left with 5.5 big blinds. River is the 5 of clubs. Nothing Michael can do there. Spiking 2 pair on the turn for Thomas. It just feels like Michael might have to let that one go. I know it seems disgusting. I'm not sure what you think about that one in the chat on Twitch, but very tough to let your 10s go with just one overcard out there. You do beat some straight draws, some flush draws. Interesting to hear your thoughts on that one, folks. Porter Collins says 2 more days till the World Series of Poker Europe. His fingers are burning. Who else will be there? I think everyone in the world is going to be there apart from me, Porter. I'm getting some renovations done at the moment and I'm just not able to make the trip this time. I am feeling the poker itch though. Christie's with his thoughts on the hand. If you bet flop so small, you must fold, I think. I think when we bet the flop 1.5 million, it was quite a large sizing. So when our opponent calls there, it does signify strength. I think we just have to fold the turn. I know it sounds sick. Or could we ever make it? See, the stack to pot ratio is less than 1-to-1, so we don't really want to bet much. Make another really small bet on the turn, and if we get raised or jammed on, we just fold. I think that move is taken away from us, so therefore I think we just have to make a really nitty laydown with 10s, and if we're beat, we're beat. And if someone has a combo draw, then so be it. Because any hand that contains a 6 or a 4, a 2 pair will jam. Sorry, any hand that contains a 6 or a draw might just check back the turn. So therefore they're really saying they have a jack or better. I know it's disgusting, but I think we probably want to be folding our 2 10s in that exact situation. At first I said we're going to have to call. It is very close. You could go both ways. Neutral says, doesn't want action with queen with the 3+ big blind raise. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of big raises here. Safwan getting involved here, raising to 1 million with pocket sevens. Christie's asked, much jack combos? Yeah, I think there's a lot of jack combos the more you think about it, because although there was a large enough raise size pre, I don't know, I'd have to throw that one into a calculator. Where's my calculator guy? Who wants to be a hero and run some numbers?
Recall.
983 is the flop.
1.2. 6 pass.
Evis is just going to bet out 1.2 million. Goldman flatting another one out of position. He likes to do that. That's the second or third time we've seen Goldman. He likes to stay active. His VPIP is through the roof. Well, I would say it is anyway. 6 remaining. The pressure is on. Only 4 10K tickets. Evis is going to raise here to 1.2 million with 10-9 offsuit from the small blind into Safwan in the big. I think Safwan just wants to defend here for 700k more. Safwan is going to use this as a 3-bet. 3-betting 3.7 million. I like this strong play from Bahari. Safwan eyeing up his opponent. Evis looks like he wants to call here for 2.5 million more. I think he should avoid this. He would be going post flop. He'd be out of position against a very strong player who has him covered. This is a really nice 3-bet from Safwan. Brian Nemo making a good point there, blocking all the premium hands. Yeah, it's amazing when we have a king in our hand or an ace in our hand, how many combinations we actually block. Thomas in the hijack here with King Jack off suit. I'm gonna shove. Just over a tad past 10 bigs here, so I think Thomas, I don't know. I might call against Goldman. I might fold against some other players, but hijack against cutoff here for 10 bigs. Yes. There is significant ICM pressure, and it is close to 9 big blinds more. This is very close for me. I don't mind calling, and I don't mind folding. Against a tighter player, I would lean towards folding. Against a looser player, I would lean towards calling. What a character this Jurek Goldman fella is turning out to be, by the way. That is some pose he's got going on while his opponent is in the tank. Nook39 says, Chat Pro Mondays, best Mondays. Yeah. Tell me why I don't like Mondays. Well, we do like Mondays, especially when you're tuning in to the King's Resort live from Rosvedov. If you're just tuning in, it's the Dutch Classics final table. Bowman does get his opponent to fold. And lads in the Twitch army, the Action Army on Twitch, we love people discussing hands in the chat, so discuss away. Get all your thoughts in, especially whenever I say all vote now. Sometimes it gets my brain working too, you know, keeps it whirling around. Evis in the cutoff with ace jack of clubs. 35 big blinds. That is a gigantic raise here of 2.5 million. I don't really understand that. 5x out of nowhere from the cutoff. Oh, I do understand it because Michael is playing sub 5 bigs to start the hands. Therefore, he is just committing himself to the big blind. There's no need to put in 5 bigs though. Lol, incognito burrito. No, there's not one rule. For the Nightbot is just saying if you want to talk in German, head over to the German channel. Jack 5 deuce is the flop here, and it is Michael going to need a lot of help. He's going to need a king of kings, or he will be eliminated in 6th place. Oh, it's a king! Wow. What a turn card for Michael. River is the 10 of hearts. Sit back down. Well, he hadn't stood up, to be fair. Now playing just over 10 big blinds once more. Kings are out in force at the King's Resort this evening. So much drama, non-stop thrilling action all day so far today. I love the Dutch Classics. Fast and furious. What an opportunity for these players playing for over 50 G's, a 10 grand ticket, the glory, the title of Dutch Classics champion. Not bad for a Monday evening. 6 players still remaining now. Michael all in with the same hand as Evis. We should put an L in there though somewhere and call him Elvis. And then when he gets knocked out, we can say Elvis has left the building. No, just me. All right then. Michael has gone for the rejam and Evis has yet to call. I don't see any situation where he's folding here. I know the 10 grand ticket is looming, but here we go. And it is clubs out there. 9, 8, deuce, 2 clubs. And now Michael free rolling for an 11.3 million pot. Evis doesn't like this. Turn is the 4 of hearts. Heading for a chop unless a club arrives on the river. It is a lady. It's the Queen of Diamonds. Chop it up, boys. F1 in the hijack here. I think he could open this one.
6 raise 1.2.
Does go for a raise to 1.2 million.
Raise all in.
Michael is going to shove over the top with ace jack of hearts. And Safan will let it go. And Evis is going to raise to 1.8 million. Goldman hoping to see a flop with the 8-7 off suit. Ace King of Clubs going to take this one down. Ace King again for Evis against Bahari. Going for the full 3x. Sorry, more 3.5x. Oh dear. Goldman with the aces. Evis called ace 5 of clubs. We have massive action. This is sick. Safwan is got a 3-bet to 4 million. Goldman puts it all in. We have all in. From Goldman, Evis is going to get out of the way. And Goldman, 78% favorite to take a chunk of chips from the legend that is Safwan Bahari. Calls for the additional 2 million. Safwan needing a lady and needing a lady fast, or he will be back down at 30 big blinds. Flop is 10, 9, 5, 2 diamonds. Turn is the 3 of clubs. Safwan needing a lady on the river, or he will lose this 14.5 million chip pot. It is another king, makes no difference. Goldman will sit back down, now playing just under 30 bigs. Tied with Safwan. Yeah, that wasn't a slow roll, by the way. He just called knowing there was a player to act behind him. He didn't want to just launch it in right off the bat. Incognito Burritos 420 says, kind of want to see Goldman make a sick comeback. I think it's just tint on his glasses. Goldman definitely wears his emotions on his sleeves and is an interesting cat to have at this FT with 6 players remaining. Evis making it 1.45 million to go. Safwan is just going to call on the button of pocket 9s. And Sippy says he said he had aces and then after he showed. Okay, fair enough. Queen 10, 3 is the flop. Nice flop for Michael. Safwan facing 2 overcards to his pocket 9s and Evis with the pocket 5s. Not much happening here for him. For me, I think Michael wants to just check jam this one. He's got a big draw. There's already 5 million in the pot. Goes check, check. Michael gonna go all in for 6.5 mil. And I like this from Michael. He's just over betting the pot, but once the flop is checked through, I think it's his best course of action. He doesn't really want to bet 2 million and be faced with a difficult river decision, especially if he misses. So he just wants to take that move away from his opponents, and he does take down a nice pot, almost doubling his stack there, well, adding 3 million to it anyway. Not quite double, but a really nice pickup nonetheless. Blinds are up, folks. Small blind is 300k, big blind is 600k with a 600k running big blind ante. That's 300, 600, 600. This will put more pressure on the shorter stacks. The big stacks want to apply maximum pressure to the shorter ones. Joris with 14 big blinds on the button with ace-3 off suit. Joris is going to just straight up jam, and this is for 8.8 million. And Michael has a really tough decision here with King Queen of Diamonds. This is just shy of 15 bigs. It's for the majority of Michael's chip. It is a really nice hand to gamble with. He's going to be ahead of a lot of Joris' shoving range. The problem is there's 4 tickets up for grabs here worth 10k each, and a small matter of playing for 51,000 euro. The jumps are huge at the moment, but maybe he will just decide he can't gamble in this exact situation. Interesting to see what Michael does here, and he does get away from it. That shows the power of the jam. See Joris adding 1.5 million to his stack instead of losing 1.5 million. That's a big difference. Had he just min-raised, Michael almost all of the time would rejam with such a pretty hand. That's a good example of showing how we want to just be jamming those combos. Yes, if we're called, it sucks. But we got our opponent to fold a hand as strong as King Queen suited in that exact situation. And that is a massive gain for us. Like we're going to raise to 1.65 mil. The 10-8 off suit on the button. very badass what the starting stack was. I believe it was 50k. Nice pick up there for the 10-8. Uncontested. Thomas going to raise to 1.4 million here on the Booten. And Evis is going to call for 800k more. And Thomas flopping top pair. Evis is going to raise to 2.7 million here. Ill timing from Evis. And if I'm Thomas, I just want to call here. No reason to shove unless you think you're going to get a worse 10 to call. If our opponent is bluffing, we want him to continue on some turns and rivers. Thomas decides to just put an end to it and shove all in. And now Evis is going to take a little bit of time to make it look like he is folding a bigger hand than ace-5. I don't understand this from Evis. Well, it's not that I don't understand it. Just think you should just call on the flop, or rejam pre seems okay as well, but not really given the dynamic with 6 remaining. I think check raising this is actually totally fine. Just maybe not on this occasion, considering what's at stake. It does eventually fold. He's basically saying to his opponent he has a 10 or a 3, hoping to get him to fold a lot of combinations like king queen, king jack, anything that has a backdoor, anything that even has backdoor hearts is going to struggle to continue. I think it is a good check raise the more I think about it. Michael in the hijack is going to raise to 1.7 million. Pocket sevens here. And Goldman on the button. Ace queen off suit, 21 bigs, and the decision. Now, for Goldman, he could just shove. He could 3-bet. He could just call. All options on the table as long as we're not folding. I think this probably plays best as a jam. So he does just go for the jam. Michael with a very strong hand here. He's got sevens, but I don't think it's going to be good enough to call all in, so he just folds. And that's a really nice pickup for Goldman. And this is becoming quite a scrappy six-handed affair. No player above 30 bigs and no player under 16. Thomas with jacks raised to 1.3 million. Stefan's turn to rejam. The ace queen off suit, 20 bigs. Could just call, but I think it's going to play best as a jam. And Thomas is going to have to call this. I think so anyway. I have seen tighter folds happen, but I don't see him folding. He's standing up. Going to give it a good consideration, but Jack's just going to be so strong six-handed against Stefan's rejamming range. He's not going to love it. Yes, he is going to be flipping the majority of the time, but he's also against some lower pairs, maybe a hand like ace-5 suited, some combos. I mean, he's even flipping against a lot of other hands as well. King-queen suited. Yes, he's going to be flipping a lot of the time, but he also dominates enough of the range that he has to call and as strong as jacks. That is my understanding of the situation. 26.4 million in the middle, and now Stefan needing to get lucky, or he has gone from chip leader to chip loser. Hasn't gone his way so far. Is there to be another twist in the tail? Not on that flop. King 9-5. Thomas in pole position to have 30 million chips. Turn is the three of hearts. Stefan needing an ace or a lady on this river, or he will be eliminated. River is the six of clubs. Stefan Bahari, the superstar, has been eliminated in sixth place. Unlucky start, good game. He will take home €8,900 for his effort. That means 5 players remaining now, and the difference, ladies and gentlemen, between 5th and 4th place is huge. There is a €3,400 pay jump between 5th and 4th place in cash monies, but there is also a 10 grand ticket. So that means the difference between 5th and 4th place is nearly €14,000. which is absolutely massive. Very bad said he's been unlucky the last 30 minutes. And on the 10K ticket bubble here, Evis is going to shove for 16 bigs in the cutoff of pocket nines. Whoever is looking for how many players was in this tournament, you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, there are 5 players remaining from a starting entry field size of 1,555. Joris with a big decision here for his tournament and the ticket with ace-10 off suit. I think normally for plus chip, we would be going with ace-10, but with the ICM and the ticket involved, he's going to be forced to let a hand as strong as ace-10 offsuit go here, 5-handed. Does let it go. DRS Pod asks, says he can't see the pinned message. Is the 10K ticket for the World Series of Poker Europe main event? It is indeed, yes. 4 tickets available, DRS, and we have 5 players remaining. So, next player out, no ticket for them. Imagine paying for that many days and then falling short of the ticket at this late stage. Thomas getting a walk with Queen 5 of diamonds. Michael on the button. And Thomas is going to 3-bet enough to put Michael all in. And Goldman getting theatrical about this, wanting to play as King Jack of Diamonds, but that is not what's going to happen here. There's an open on the button and a rejam from the small. You just got to let your hand go. All the suits are live. Queen 10-7 is the flop. Chop it up, boys. Joris now 14 bigs, pocket nines. Think he just wants to shove this one. And he does just shove it. Nines take down the blinds and antes. Average stack is 15.5 million, which is good for 25 big blinds at the moment. And Goldman with the Kings of Kings. He's running pretty good, our Goldman. Goldman is going to 3-bet to 10.2 million. Evis going to have to let it go. Joris is going to get out of the way, and Michael is having a tough time. This is really nitty-gritty stuff that's going on here. Nitty, not really the right word, but players forced to make big laydowns. Anis is in the house. Hello, Anis. Goldman. Goldman taking down another one. He is now paying 18 million. Not so long ago, he was on the brink of destruction. Now he's sitting pretty here at 30 bigs. This is a very interesting five-handed affair with only 4 10k tickets up for grabs. Let's see how this one unfolds. Excuse the pun. Thomas under the gun. Ace King of Hearts, 53 bigs and a decision. Incognito Burrito says live action role playing. I heard Goldman is going as himself for Halloween. Very good. Very good. I'm going as Tyson Fury for Halloween in case anyone wanted to know. Right. Man. Thomas is going to take down another one, and now he's paying 33.6 million. He's going to be very tough to take on. It's a foot of the way. Don't know much about this Thomas guy, but he hasn't done too much wrong at this FT. And he is a Dutchie, looking to take down this title. It is Goldman. And Thomas has a total live earnings of $250,000 already, so he is by far the most accomplished player left in this field. I thought it was Safwan. I mean, they were both very accomplished in their own right, but that is the man to watch out for. He's going to be very tough to beat with all those chips. And Incognito Burrito says he puts the shades on and he's ready. And Michael could go as a hairy biker. He wouldn't have much to do either. Goldman loves it. Yes, thank you very much, Apocalypse. F1 has 472k in cashes. I wasn't saying, what I'm trying to say is I thought, I didn't think there was another guy who had over $250,000 at the table as well. Lads are loving the music in the background. Goldman, I love this guy. Joris Goldman betting 1.4 million. He is loving life right now. We ain't seen this. This guy came to party, takes down another one, moves over the 20 million mark, and what a final table this has been so far. This is what it's all about on a Monday evening. Where else would you find it other than the King's Resort live from Rosvedov? Amazing money up for grabs here for a €250 buy-in. Players are loving it. Imagine a guy jumping out of his seat, dancing while he's making a C-bet. Playing 5 remaining with a 14k difference between 5th and 4th. That is the stuff of legends. Goldman getting a walk. He's dancing. Goes the 9-4 offsuit. And Seb has told me that Michael Strouch has 364k in cash. So, yeah, I will take it back. And this isn't the biggest score that these players will have. Usually in a 250 buy-in, you don't get combined cashes of well over $1 million between a few of the players. It's just not really the way it goes. Thomas, 2 black ladies on the button, raises to 1.4 million. And I can't find anything for Goldman, that's for sure. And there's not much for Boulant Evis either. Open-ended for Evis. Yeah, I have to admit to everyone there, I had pen and mobbed everyone at this FT, but I seem to have missed Michael for whatever reason. And Evis is open-ended here. But on the turn, with this amount of pressure put on him. Oh, he's not open-ended. He just had a pair. Thanks, Big Alex. Big Ale. Was getting carried away there. Hen and mobbing more people. Seems to put his name in wrong earlier. Yes, he does. 364k in cashes, and that's all that's tracked on this Hen and Mob. Amazing stuff. I'm not the biggest fan of defending that when there is a 14k difference between 5th and 4th. Nice to see so many of you tuning in. Massive numbers again on this Monday evening. Love to see it. Joris going to get a walk. Evis is going to shove from the button and take down the blinds and antes and add 1.5 million to his stack. I will say one thing, guys, about these Henin mobs, though. Just because you've got X amount in caches does not mean that that equals your profit. Not at all. So that's something to bear in mind when you are Googling players. Not to take anything away from players' accomplishments, but you just don't know what goes on behind the scenes a lot of the time. And then a lot of the time, players have backers, etc. It's a poor reflection on how much money the person has actually won. Christy says, come on, Thomas. Thomas is in a good position. Michael needs to get going soon. He's going to call from the small blind here. This is a bit wild for Michael. I would prefer for him to rejam than just call from the... This is going to go all in and call, though. Bowman with an open ender. Michael with top pair. Go on, Gorman. Just put enough chips out there. Enough pink chips to put them all in. That's 1.6 million, but the sentiment is still the same. Michael just wants to be shoving this one. His work is done. I still think it was too wide for him to call free. I'm going to call for an additional 2.75 mil, and we are off to the races. This is basically a post-flop coin flip. Michael is the one at risk. Omen still needs to catch a piece of this to take Michael out in 5th place. I'm not loving this if I'm Michael, especially against Goldman, the way he's been running. We're about to find out. 13.75 mil in this pot up for grabs. Orin is a deuce of diamonds. Goldman misses everything. Wow, he missed a lot of outs there. Too many outs. Michael smiles, sits back down, and is now playing 14 million. Momo asked, how did Safwan bust? He had a huge stack. Yeah, but the blinds have gone up a few times. He lost a couple of pots. He lost an all-in. And lost a big flip then. Ace-Queen against Jackson. That was GG. Evis is all in for 7.175 mil with the ace-8 of hearts. And he is just going to take down the blinds and antes. Momo says, I thought he was going to rock this. Me too, buddy. Me too. I would not have bet against him in the slightest. Michael in the cutoff. Ace Jack of hearts. Gonna raise to 1.75 mil. Evis of 12 bigs with the ace-4. If he thinks he can get Michael to fold a lot, he might rejam this one, but I think he should err on the side of caution and just call. Just does decide to just call for 1.1 million more. We see the flop. Flop is King Jack Deuce. Nothing Evis can do here. Michael going to take this one down with a bet. Thomas going to raise to 1.3 million here in the cutoff at ace-6 off suit. Strategy for Thomas being over 30 million here is to just keep pounding on the shorter stacks. They can't really do much about it. Goldman on the button. It's his decision. He's such a little rascal, our Goldman. What is he trying to do? Go on now. Sometimes you just gotta let it go, Goldman. And Evis going to get out of the way, and Joris isn't even going to defend Queen 9 off suit, knowing how tough of an opponent Thomas is. And that's going to be the last hand before the break. We will be back in 15 minutes with lots more action. This one has been exhilarating so far, and it ain't over by a long shot yet. Hope you're enjoying the show. We'll be right back.
It's the World Series of Poker Europe, where players from all around the world come to win a guaranteed prize of 15 million euros. This amazing tournament starts already on October 25th at the King's Resort. Imagine the excitement of competing with worldwide players for a massive prize. Get ready for an intense showdown. Mark your calendar for October 25th and head to King's Resort for the World Series of Poker Europe. It's your time to shine.
Punsry with the queens. Second time in the space of 2 orbits. Up against Reard. Comes with the 3-bet on the button to 200k. Start off this hand around about 45 effective. Wait, how deep are we here? 43 button. I mean, it's button v hijack. It's a very aggressive, very competent Punsry. Wow, he does announce all in. Chat, this is a chip lead pot here.
Wow.
And a snap call from Punsry. And again, he sees that he's got his opponent drawing 2 outs. Chat, this is the biggest tournament of the feature table after 13 hours of play.
Yeah, yes. I know. Queens again. Wow, good luck. Queen 2.
Well, well, well.
Possible.
Jack 5-3, all clubs. Reard picking up a bunch of outs and just has Punsry dead on the turn.
Hey, my friend, zweimal Queens verloren. What can you do? Wow. Queens, zweimal hoch.
Wow. Takes it on the chin like an absolute champion. Punsry saying, what can you do?
Wow, nice.
Has Zidek drawing to 2 outs.
Nice.
Queens against 9s.
1.1.
Again for a chip lead pot.
1.1, yeah. 1.1, yeah. 1.6.
9 on the flop. Now had Reard drawing to 2 outs.
1 for 50.
Queens against 10s.
This is not
Gets 4 flushed. Punsry still smiling somehow. Says, what can you do? I tell you what, chat.
1,450,000.
Wow.
That man on your screens right there.
450?
Yeah.
Remember the name. Punsry. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that young man from Thailand. Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely. I think Shandeep is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Helmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys and girls.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, she's going.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do. Blind v blind for that run out.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
Yeah.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deep, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deep loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourbois up to second in chips. 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play. Wow, blind v blind. Sam Grafton, 5 cards away from being up to 8 million in chips and number 99 of this final table.
Are you rooting for me?
No.
You're too professional. You're too professional.
Yeah, no, I want to see a 7 right in the door.
Too much.
Nicky P being honest, saying he wants to see a 7 right in the door. If Squiddy can hold here, he's going to have over 30 big blinds, needs to fade a 7, and now needs to fade a 6 or a jack. 7 would give him the straight. Adams going from 3 to 7 outs.
I wish you called them the Kings.
10 on the turn. Now giving Adams some chop outs. Queen of Spades on the river. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen.
Somebody's gambling around.
Now up to 8 million in chips, looking for his first bracelet.
Okay, we have 2 million, 3.5, 6.
Appreciate it, chat. Really do. You guys have been incredibly kind
9.6
throughout this series. Glad you're all enjoying the coverage. Once again, if you haven't already, please do hit that like button.
Before I bust, will you tell me if I was dead there?
Really helps us
To give Orphan?
spread the word and reach a wider audience. As Nicky B says, before I bust, will you please give me that info?
Yeah.
Sean Deeb, gonna look him up. 7-5 of diamonds.
Domination Nation.
Huh?
Domination Nation.
You sucked out on me in the same spot earlier, so I hope I revenge it.
I'll tell you another day. No, I can't tell you when I'm playing with Open, right?
And Nicky P.
I feel like no matter what, I'm just dead anyway. I don't know if I'm supposed to call.
Has Deeb in rough shape. 4.4 in the middle. Oh no. 5-4-3. Deeb out flopping Nicky P. 6 would chop it. A deuce or an ace would win it for Nick Petrangelo. 1 to come. 8 clubs on the turn. Changes nothing. Hand 126 here. Will we be down to 3? River card is the 8 of hearts. And Deeb
Take it down, bro.
eliminates Nick Petrangelo in 4th place. 220,000 euros for his efforts. One of the best players in the world. Upswing coach. And now up to over 27 million in total live earnings. Sean Deeb, 2 away
They come to you for advice now. How did they
from joining the 6-time bracelet winners club.
You're just used to being
So what car do you drive?
At the moment, Mercedes.
Which one?
SR. 1200, yeah.
Which year? Which year?
22.
Nice. Which car do you have?
Card?
Car.
Ah, car. I have two cars in Georgia, Mercedes and Toyota. But
Which Mercedes?
W11.
What car do you drive?
And BMW X6, new one.
Okay. Did you buy it with your wins at Kings?
Some of, yes.
Which car do you drive?
I drive Golf GTE.
What's up?
Good morning. Are you ready for today?
Yeah. See you at Kings.
All right, folks, I am back. I was attending to some turkey. You wouldn't begrudge me that now, would you? Still 5 players remaining. And Evis is all in from the cutoff. Thomas, 5 million to call. I think you should let this one go. Queen 9 going to play pretty well against the all-in range. He does decide to just commit the chips. He's going to get the bad news. Four, 4, 3 is the flop. Turn is the king, river is the 5. So, Evis will double up. There we have it. Joris with 9 big blinds. Evis now with 16. Goldman now with 16. Michael with 19. And Thomas way out in front still with 36 big blinds. That's why I just don't think Thomas should bother calling there, because he can just go to pound town on the other 4 remaining players until he has secured that ticket. He has an overwhelming chip lead. Michael is going to add 2 million to his stack there, getting going to fold the Queen 6 offsuit. The small blind at 400k, the big blind at 800k, and 800k running big blind ante. There is significant pressure on these shorter stacks. Thomas did just lose 5 mil, but he needs to keep pounding on these stacks. He's got an ace on the button. Evis in the big blind with King 7 offsuit. Thomas takes down the blinds and antes, which are now worth 2 million a pop. Thomas in the cutoff, king queen offsuit. Thomas just needs to be a bit of a tank engine here and just keep steamrolling. Goes for the min raise. And here we go. Going with 2 red 10s. He ain't going to be folding these with 13 big blinds, that's for sure. It would be surprising to see him just call here on the button, considering the hands we've seen him go all in with earlier. Does shove it all in over the line. Current payout, by the way, is €11,900. But this is one of the biggest bubbles in poker. 14 grand is the difference between 5th and 4th place, give or take. Thomas wants a count. I think he's going to probably have to let this go. I know that seems really tight, but he doesn't want to back down in the middle of the pack. Goldman just not going to shove willy-nilly here on the button, so therefore it will be a big call. A big call that he is willing to make. And here we go. This is a huge flip for this tournament. Owen needing his 10s to hold. Thomas needing help with his king, queen off suit. $884 is the flop. Turn is the 6 of clubs. Goldman set to have 23.8 million chipped unless he gets unlucky on the river. River is the 6 of diamonds. Thomas going to be back down under 20 million. Goldman is now going to be your chip leader with 24 million. Don't really like the call there, folks. I just think it's too loose, given the dynamic. No need to risk the chips on that occasion. I mean, better play for us overall. And now Goldman, let's see what he's going to do next. Thomas staying active, raising with the A7 offsuit here. Gets it through. Joris is all in for 5.3 million, gets it through successfully and adds 2 million to his stack. Is now playing 9 big blind. Michael is going to raise to 2.1 million here on the button with 4 deuce of spades. Goldman in the small blind here with pocket nines. Running pretty hot is our Goldman. Goldman just goes for the shove. Goldman can keep applying pressure, but not this amount of pressure with the jack 5 offsuit. Evis picking up 2 black kings in the small blind with 11 big blinds. Looks like he's just going to shove off. Joris, the shortest stack. Makes sense to just keep applying pressure. Picking up the action here on the Ace King Deuce. Michael just going to bet and take it. He's now playing 17.3 million, is our Michael. Every chip across the line, so important at this late stage. Blinds and antes essential. Be picking them up every couple of hands, otherwise your stack is going to get devoured, especially when we are 5-handed. Bit of a lull in the chat out there, folks. Are you all still with me? How are you feeling about this? Who do you think is going to take this one down and become the Dutch Classics main event champion? Let me know. Michael on the button here. Pocket 10s, 21 bigs, and the decision. It says he's here. He's watching Spurs. That's fair enough, mate. Michael takes down the blinds, and it's going to be a lot of swapping the blinds until the bubble is burst. All part of the plan. Jello says Michael is going to take it down. It's going to be tough to get past Goldman. The guy, he's not afraid to bang. Bowman in the small blind. Just wants to rip this one as well, but Jack 7 suited. Jello says he likes Joris as well. Well, he needs to double up. He's definitely the shortest stack. Not sure why he's taking so long. Okay, that's why. Talking as well. He's going to give away. He gives away a lot of information, Goldman. Evis is going to bet 1.6 million. See, Goldman could have took this move away from his opponent, but just shove him pre. We see the flop. He's allowing Evis to catch a piece of it. Now he's just talking away. It's his world. He just wants to keep jamming in the blinds. Goldman, let it go. Thomas going to go for a min raise here with the ace-8 offsuit from the cutoff. And Evis is going to let a hand as strong as Jack 9 suited go here on the button. I think Evis could have just used that in his min-raise folding range or straight up ripped. I like straight up ripping, but it is risky business. Probably just let the pocket trees go here, but he is going to go for it. All the time says TY Nightbot, good luck all. Welcome. Yeah, I think people keep missing the fact that you have them pinned to the chat all day, Apocalypse. Even sometimes myself, it has to be said. It couldn't be more blatantly obvious. It's at the top. It's just when we're at the bottom, sometimes you forget. Goldman raises 2.1 million, takes down the blinds. Risk 2 million to win 2 million. Good return on his investment. Joris with a very shovable pocket 8 here in the cutoff with 9 big blinds. Joris' turn to take down the blinds and antes, and now he's playing close to 10 million once more. Here is the crucial update of the chip counts. Top 3 very close, only 5 big blinds separating them. Then Evis with 14 bigs and Joris with 12. Such closely contended 5-handed affair. One double up will change everything. Exciting stuff. Gorman in the small blind with Queen Deuce. I would just keep applying pressure here. Use this as a raised fold. I can't see the exact stack size in the big blind, but it's not much more than 10 bigs. Other than that, we could just jam, although that seems very risky with just a deuce to go with our queen. As for giving a walk, I just think this is too tight from Evis. Just decide to let it go. Michael going to raise to 2.1 million with the pocket fives. His turn to take down the blinds and antes and add 2 million to his stack. Queen 9 going in the muck for Evis. I think that's too tight. Wants to be raising that one at the very least. Michael getting a walk. Maybe that's not too tight. I just think we want to be using that button to re-steal it when we are posting blinds and antes every couple of hands. We've got to be opening a certain amount from the button, and Queen 9 going to fall into that category. But yes, everything is so cagey right now, and we are playing for the difference of 14 grand between 5th and 4th. I feel like I am repeating myself a lot, but that is just the situation that we find ourselves in that has not changed. And players are very shortly going to be looking at a 1 million big blind. Goes for 11.2 million with the pocket nines. And Michael going to get another one through with the 9-6 offsuit. This is what I'm saying. Picking up these ones, so nice for your stack. So if he's raising 9-6 offsuit, then surely Queen 9 was good enough a couple of hands ago. Apocalypse says, ironic, the comment was about the chatbot and it was made by a chatbot. Very good, yeah. Very clever. One thing's for certain though, this title is here for the taking. Who wants it the most? Once we get this bubble burst, we will find out. Joris is all in for 7.3 million. And you know what, Michael? This is going to be very close. Under normal circumstances, we will be calling this one. But maybe we just let it go, considering what's at stake. He does decide to call. I expected to see Michael fold, but he has called. So here we go. Oh, here we go. Jack 7-6 is the flop. 16.6 million in this pot. Turn is the ace of clubs. And Joris now set for a double up unless the 10 comes. 10 doesn't arrive. Joris doubles up. They swap stacks, and now Michael back to 17 bigs. Joris with 20. This is getting so close between these stacks remaining. So Thomas in the cutoff here is going to min raise at the ace-9 offsuit. His turn to take down the blinds and antes. They've all had a pop at it now at this stage. It's so tense out there. We ain't seen Goldman dancing in a minute. 12k, the current payout. Who is going to be the 10k bubble boy? Thomas is going to raise the 1.6 million with the queens. Okay, here we go. Oh, holy moly. What a cooler this is, five-handed. Evis waking up with aces on the button. Thomas min raising in front of him. Thomas going to snap him off, and he is going to get the bad news. The two ladies are up against it, not for the first time today. Joris Pod says, just typing, got to be a cooler coming, I can feel it. And then Elvis woke up with aces. Doesn't look like Elvis is going to be leaving the building this time. 24.4 million in the middle. Here we go. Black Barry in the window, followed by a 6 and a 3, and that is going to do it. Elvis will sit back down, now playing 30 bigs. 24.4 million. Thomas is going to be left with 8 bigs, and now he is your clear short stack. Goldman raising to 1.9 million. King 9 clubs. Goldman taking down the blinds and antes. Christy says, unlucky Thomas. Yeah, absolutely nothing he could do there. Super, super cooler. Got a feel for him in that situation.
Always my big man. Always.
Thomas with 5 bigs in the small blind, shoves his king 6 of spades. And will come through. Goldman can't call for 4 million more, which is 4 high.
The first time I
Michael raising the 2.1 million with the 9-8 of clubs. Goldman in the small blind with pocket tens. Goldman is going to make the crucial rejam. This looks quite strong from Michael, by the way, in the cutoff. Raising off sub 15 bigs. But obviously Goldman going to be printing with his 10s. Does make the rejam, gets it through. Now playing 23.5 million. And folks, you can see on your screen, blinds have just gone up. Small blind is now 500,000. Big blind, 1 million with a 1 million running. Big blind ante, that's 500,000, 1 million, 1 million. Coleman coming in hot. Going to raise to 2.1 million on the button. Coleman takes it down. Thomas is going to show for 6.4 million here with the Queen 6 of spades. Goldman in the cutoff. Should not be doing anything here but folding. But it looks like he is being a rascal, asking for a count. Bowman just needs to release. Looks like he wants to gamble. He looks like he was putting the chips in and folding his cards at the same time. Incredible. Oh, this guy is so much entertainment. I love these scrappy underdogs. As Incognito Burrito says, a live action role player. Joris is going to call, and this could break the bubble. Pocket sevens for Joris. Queen six of spades for Thomas. Here we go, 15 million in the pot. Thomas going to need to get lucky here. Jack 7-5 is the flop, and that is all but gonna do it. Bar runner. Thomas, very disappointing finish for him, considering he was chip leader. Him and Safwan, I expected to go all the way, but it wasn't to be. Goldman is delighted with himself. Joris now paying over 20 million. 4 players remain. What a game it was for Thomas. The last Dutchie is out in 5th place. He will take home €11,900 for his efforts. Unlucky, sir. Good game. DRS has said it best. The last Dutchman is out of the Dutch Classics. Look at those graphics. They are class in the background. Really cool. Now let's see how this one unfolds. All 4 players securing a 10 grand ticket for themselves. All 4 players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €15,300, all chasing title of Dutch Classics champion and €51,000. Joris taking down the blinds and antes with King Queen of Hearts. So, folks, looks like we are going to go on a short break where these guys have a little chat with each other. Goldman with 24 bigs, Joris with 24 bigs, Evis with 22 bigs, and Michael the clear short stack with 7 big blinds. I will see you all in about 10 minutes. We'll be right back.
It's the World Series of Poker Europe, where players from all around the world come to win a guaranteed prize of 15 million euros. This amazing tournament starts already on October 25th at the King's Resort. Imagine the excitement of competing with worldwide players for a massive prize. Get ready for an intense showdown. Mark your calendar for October 25th and head to King's Resort for the World Series of Poker Europe. It's your time to shine.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. You're just like, yeah, nope. I'm out of here. GG's. German just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty said, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand, like, tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with, oh boy. The tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier, now to 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying, hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up, greetings. Peter from Poker City, provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. If a club finds its way to the river, could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what Open brings on the turn. 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down. Comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Open is going to have, you know, every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor gonna attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 on this turn card. Takes it north to 147. Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. Nine clubs in the deck. I suppose the 3 10s. 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Open, you know, fresh off a bracelet. Just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in, by the way. Feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half-potting a lot. But again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Orin does make the call. 3-6-6 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the slap jam on the river with 8 high. Says Isildur, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Orin has taken this long with this decision here, with just ace high, actually thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world, #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. Typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvoris, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Orin is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check raise turn and jam river for value. Blocking King 10, that's obviously one of the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like King 8, King of diamonds into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
Hand 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Orin's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orin just doing what Orin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well. An immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call, am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high. Hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
#1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had bad hand to call as well, but
Orin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
I was afraid of that. That sounds like some risk there, but
smelt like 10-5 of diamonds, something like that.
Enough.
He makes the call.
What's up?
Good morning. Are you ready for today?
Yeah. See you at Kings.
durch 2,5 Millionen mehr wie ich. Er hat die gleiche. Das war 23, also 23, 22,5, 25. Also das ist fair.
Okay, guys, ready to continue.
Jetzt sagt man ja, wenn du was warte mal, wenn er auf den Deal eingeht, hast du auch gesagt.
Hello, mister, I told you something before. Couple of deal, please.
Ich habe gedacht, okay. Nee, er meint mit 30, okay. Yes, sir.
You had enough time.
Good luck, boys. Good luck. Think about it. Now. Yes or no? Really? Leider nicht so stur. Nee, er macht den Deal 30 aus 30. Jetzt sag ich dir, seine Verschwörung, du machst trotzdem. Ich bin schade, sagen. Alles gut.
Never fear, Action Man Dan is back and here. Incognito Burrito 420 says, I think Goldman could be some header to watch at the World Series of Poker Europe. Get him on the feature table day one. I think that's a great idea. Good luck to everyone playing the World Series of Poker Europe main event. I wish you all the best. 4 players remaining. Michael all in for 7.5 big blinds. Small blind is still $500,000. Big blind is still $1 million with $1 million running big blind ante. That's $500,000, $1 million, $1 million. How are you all holding up out there? Let us know in the chat. We're going to put a ribbon on this thing, and one of these 4 remaining players is going to be your champion. Fair play to you if you stuck with us last night and all throughout today. Oh, how much fun was today, though? There was so many all-ins, so much action, spoilt, really. I think it's the perfect way to get you all warmed up for what's in store for you over the next month or so. Well, just under a month. The World Series of Poker Europe. 15 events, 15 bracelets, 15 million guaranteed with a 10K main event. Joris is going to call here, and Michael is at risk. 16.3 million in the middle, up for grabs in this one. Joris, the favorite, 3-1 favorite to eliminate Michael in 4th place. $10 in the window, though, followed by a king and a 5. It's almost a post-flop coin flip. Turn is the ace of spades. And Joris basically seals the deal. River is another ace. Michael has been eliminated. Congratulations, Michael. You win a €10,000 ticket to the WSOP and take home €15,300 for your efforts. That means all 3 remaining players guaranteed a minimum payout of €20,500.
Guck mal, ich hätte alles gewonnen. Ja, ich möchte. Nein, oder? Ich möchte nicht. Da muss ich auch bezahlen.
And Goman is shouting profusely.
So, Lines.
So, 3 players remaining now. Evis with 20 bigs, just under. Ace King offsuit on the button. We're seeing a lot of premiums today as well. Anna says, WTF, is the Dutch guy out? He is gonzo. No Dutch players remaining. I repeat, no Dutch players remaining. Goman is remaining though. Who you got winning this one, guys? 3-handed action, pretty even. I'm going with my man Goman. He's come back time and time again. Momentum still shifting in his direction. Goman. Goman. He's got the King 9 off suit. 1.7 million to call. Quite a large sizing from the button is the problem here, so it's not ideal to defend. But I think King 9 offsuit is just going to be good enough. It looks like he doesn't want to risk it though. Going to put it in the bin. And that's a good example there, folks, as well, of if the button just makes it 2x or maybe even 2.5x. We can complete, I think, just less than 2.5x. We get hands like King 9, King 10 to call, maybe even lesser kings if they're suited. But when we make it 2.7, we really price out those hands that we want to call. So therefore, I don't like making it nearly full 3x from the button. Yes, it will put pressure on the blinds, but you want to be going post-flop in position when you've got good hands. And it says he was playing on GG day 2 of the mystery. I'm seeing a lot of past tense there, Anis. I guess it's not a mystery anymore. You busto. I wasn't wrong. They call me Action Man Dan because I predict these things. Goldman is going to limp. Mixing in some limps here on the button as part of his strategy. I'm all for it with hands like Jack 9. As Anna says, Dan, come on, don't do me like that. Don't do me like that, man. Ace Jack 4 is the flop. Goldman going to bet 2 million. Kings for Goldman. Facing a 2.5x open from Joris. I wouldn't hate just calling here. I think it's good to go incognito here. Hasn't really been Goldman's style to be 3-bet folding off these stacks or 3-bet calling. We haven't seen much of it, so I think calling in position here sounds the sexiest option to me. The jig is up when we do that. When we 3-bet to 8 million. Not that he couldn't be doing this as a bluff. It's just unlikely the way the game flow has been going thus far. I would much prefer to just call 1.5 million and play in position. Goldman now going to be playing 27 million. Tied with Joris. Joris with the min raise. Cards getting exposed by Goldman in the small blind. Evis going to fold in the big blind. Christy says value raise. Yeah, I think it's fine if you're not referring to the kings. Obviously, we want to be value raising a decent portion of the time. Just think when we are 3-handed and we have such a strong hand, it's nice to use a bit of deception there and just call. Average stack is 25, basically 26 million. Which is good for 26 bigs at the moment. Quick maths, isn't it? Big blind at 1 million. Joris going to treat 7.5 mil. Yeah, Christie's with me. Says just King Kongs. the Kardashians, the Butchers, whatever you want to call them. The Cowboys, my favorite, probably. Space Cowboys. Joris goes with the 3-bet, takes it down. Nice play by Joris. He's really rounded nicely, given that he was short stacked for a lot of this final table. Evis takes it down with the 9-8 suited. Joris gonna min raise on the button with 9-8 suited. His turn with the same hand. Taking it down. Can't be just doing that with aces. So Evis going to raise on the button. His turn to do something. Raising to 2.5 million, and Joris is going to call from the small blind. That's going to bring Goldman in for the ride if he wants, with 6-5 off 2 for 1.5 million more. 7 million already out there. Yeah, I don't really like overplaying these big pairs like aces, kings, queens. Maybe queens is okay, but kings and aces especially, I want to slow play them some of the time. Have balanced ranges, can't just be suddenly putting the hammer down, and there's no need to. A4-3 is the flop here, and Goldman had an open ender on the flop there. Still does, but the board has paired. Joris with the best of it. Evis picking up a lot of equity, though, in the form of a flush draw. And also win with a jack or a 10. I think Goldman just wants to let this go, especially on the turn now that the board is paired. If we're going to play a check call on the turn, then why not just bet ourselves? Makes more sense. We're going to have a lot of 8x. We could be protecting our hand with a 4 or even a 3. I don't like this from Goldman check calling. It's spiraling out of control as we hit the river. 17.5 million in the middle. Check from Joris. Goldman would have to try buy it here. Slides against it, and for Evis, probably jamming seems like a lot. I would not be checking though. He does decide to check. Whoa, no, I would definitely be going for value there with 17.5 million in the pot. Bet something like 6.5 mil, 7.5 mil. Tough to get called, but we did hit the river. We do have top pair. I think checking behind is just a little bit too weak.
Ich will 35, wie du gesagt hast, aber ich bin einverstanden. All the same, okay? Big leg. Big leg, please. Ask for a break.
Goldman lets it go on the button. Evis in the small blind. Ace 9 off suit. Whoa, whoa. Why he folded there? They obviously are going to go have a discussion. Not sure how to explain that one. Looks like they had made an agreement to take a small break there for 10 minutes before the start of that hand, so they stuck to the plan, and that is why you've seen ace-9 being folded in the small blind. All right, folks. I think we are going to go on one of the last breaks of the night, bar the heads-up battle, of course. Hang tight. We'll be right back.
It's the World Series of Poker Europe, where players from all around the world come to win a guaranteed prize of 15 million euros. This amazing tournament starts already on October 25th at the King's Resort. Imagine the excitement of competing with worldwide players for a massive prize. Get ready for an intense showdown. Mark your calendar for October 25th and head to King's Resort for the World Series of Poker Europe. It's your time to shine.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. He's just like, yeah, nope. I'm out of here. GG's. German just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty said, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand, like, tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with, oh boy. The tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier and now the 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying, hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up, greetings. Peter from Poker City, provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. The club finds its way to the river. Could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what Orin brings on the turn. 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down. Comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Orin is going to have, you know, every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor going to attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 on this turn card. Takes it north to 147.
Thank you.
Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. Nine clubs in the deck. I suppose the 3 10s, 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Orin, you know, fresh off a bracelet. Just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in, by the way. Feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half-potting a lot. But again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Orin does make the call. 3-6-6 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the slap jam on the river with 8 high. This is Isildur, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Orin has taken this long with this decision here, with just ace high, actually thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world, #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. Typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvoris, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Orin is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check raise turn and jam river for value. Blocking King 10, that's obviously one of the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like King 8, King of diamonds into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
And 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Orin's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orin just doing what Orin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well. An immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something, like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call, am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high, hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
Number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had bad hand to call as well, but
Orpin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
That's some risk there, but
Smelt like 10-5 of diamonds, something like that.
Enough.
He makes the call.
So guys, please keep playing normally, yeah? He just went to Turkey, right? Lucy, you ready? So 500, 1 million, 1 million. Best of luck, everyone. Yeah.
All right, folks, lights, camera, action, giddy up, let's go. Three-handed action has commenced. All players guaranteed over 20 grand at the moment, and the 10 grand ticket, of course. Yes, Zabi says LFG, that is the energy I'm looking for as we are about to put a ribbon on this thing. Although it could go on for a while yet, of course. It's been fast and furious action all day, though. I think we had 8 eliminations within an hour and a half. Goman is going to call 5 million here with Queen 7. And now Joris is going to bet enough to put Goldman all in. And I think Goldman's going to call this. Things escalating greatly here. Goldman way out in the lead to win a 33 million chip pot. As Zabi says, LFG. Well, let's see who's going to win this one. Joris up against it. Turn is the 5 of clubs. River is the king of clubs, and Goldman going to be playing 33 million now. Joris will be left with 8.4 big blinds behind. As Zabi says, Breffney loves Willie. Presume Willie must be his brother or his cousin or his uncle. Thank you for your comment. Joris with 8.4 bigs. And did we get confirmation there that Breffney loves Willie? Is Willie his cousin, his uncle? Could be his brother. Joris all in for 8.4 bigs here on the button with pocket fours, and Goldman in the small blind with the decision with Queen 8 off suit. And he will take down the blinds and antes. Scoop it up, boys. And Goldman just picking up loads of pink chips there, about 10 of them to be precise. Raises to 5 mil, takes it down. It's going to be tough to beat Goldman. One of these 3 remaining players is going to be your Dutch Classics champion. My money is on Goldman if I was a betting man. I mean, I'm not. But if I was... Evis going to raise to 3.3 million on the button. Joris is going to call. 5.6 million behind. Goldman surely wants to just get out of the way here with 9-4 offsuit. That does not look like he wants to get out of the way. Every time this little brat is like he has a decision, he just doesn't want to let any hand go. Get rid of it, Coleman. You've got the bags with the 9-4 offsuit here. Bag of rubbish. Come on, man. Oh, them's are raisin chips. That ain't a call. That's the guts of 10 mil there. And the mill he had on top, about 8.5 it looks like, 8 to be precise. And Evis is going to call. And Joris is going to call. I don't even know what to say here. Hold on a minute. There is 25 million in the pot pre-flop. Joris with the Queen 9 of diamonds. Goldman with the 9-4 offsuit. And Evis with the Jack 8 of clubs. You wanted action. You got action. Let's see what happens here. Joris is essentially all in. He only has 900k behind, which is not even enough for one big blind. We are going to go post-flop. And is Elvis about to leave the building? Is he going to stack off here with second pair? Did Goldman misread his hand there or something? I'm really confused, guys. I'm not going to lie. It looks like the graphics has told me that he had 9-4 offsuit, but if he did, surely he would have continued on 9-8-3. Instead, it is Elvis with the Jack 8. Joris with the Queen 9. I don't believe my eyes that he folded top pair there for 1% pop, but it don't matter now. Ace of clubs hits the turn, and now Evis rivering 2 pair, eliminating Joris. Wow, unlucky Joris. Good game, sir. You will take home over 20 grand for your efforts and a 10,000 euro ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. And guys, we're going heads up for the title. No more breaks. This is going down, and it's going down right now. As Master Voltaire says, the humble guy in black deserves to win. But it is usually the quietest man in the building that takes the title, who just soaks it all in. You nearly forget that he's there, and then suddenly he's got heaps of chips in front of him. It's like, oh geez, I forgot about this guy. And then bing, bang, boom, just like that. They're playing heads up for 50 G's, baby. Unbelievable stuff for a 250 buy-in. That is the last time I am going to say that tonight. Maybe it won't be. Who knows? We've got a juicy heads-up battle ahead of us. I want to give a special thanks to everyone over the last month or two. Since we was doing that PLO weekend, we've smashed it out of the park. 4 days of the PLO. 4 cards, the double stuff, the double trouble. And then we had the World Series of Poker circuit events. We have demolished those. Then we had the Millionaire Wolf, which had nearly 150,000 euro for first. 160,000 for first the weekend before that with the main event of the World Series of Poker circuit. Now we've got the Dutch Classics, and it is just the calm before the storm, where ye are going to be spoiled for action the next few weeks. I'm going to take my annual leave. Mischief has been managed. 10-7-4 is the flop, but I'm going to give a massive thanks to all the moderators, everyone. You all know your names by now, but Apocalypse and Bird that are still in the chat there, for example. It doesn't go unnoticed, your help week in, week out, and I love it. Makes my job so much easier. 10 million in this pot here. Be sure to buy yourself some merch on the store. Head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. 2 pair for Goldman now on the turn. What a turn card that is for him, with 13 million already in the pot. Evis just going to size up, size down, with Goldman only having 20 million total. Goldman stuffs it on him. Apocalypse with a really nice comment, but hold on, we'll get to that in a moment. We'll be right back. Evis does decide to call for 15.5 million more, and you know what, I don't blame him the way Goldman is playing. I still don't understand what happened there with the 9-4 offsuit, but such is life. 53 million in this pot, and Goldman 82% favorite with his 2 pair. Evis is going to need it. A king or a 7. It is a 6 of clubs. 10-7 or a king. Yes, thank you, Master Voltaire. We are on all the usual social media platforms. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on YouTube as well. We're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers by the end of the year. It's all taking place. The Action Army on Twitch is just growing and growing and getting more fun each weekend. It has to be said. The channel has nearly doubled in 18 months. It's great to see it, and it will continue. I have no doubt about that. Apocalypse says, Dan, it's been a pleasure as always. Brilliant comms every weekend, and you'll be missed for the next month. Already can't wait to have you back. We'll have a great, well-earned break. Thank you for such kind words. I'm sure you'll be flat out, and maybe I will check in on you guys from time to time. Although, while I have my holidays, I should probably not be digesting as much poker as I have been the last 6 weeks. I'll be watching the World Series. I was watching Giraffe Ganger. I was watching EPTs. I was watching other live poker and then commentating on top of it. Incognito Burrito says, Honda Pig Session son. And Sabi Sal, thank you so much, has subscribed with Prime. Much appreciated. Lines have gone up. Evis just can't seem to get the better of Goldman. This heads-up battle mightn't take too long here. I wouldn't blame Evis for, well, I do blame him for folding that button. You don't want to do that. But Goldman did have a calling hand, so must have had a read or something. You just don't really want to get too carried away with folding kings on the button, even if it is a deuce kicker and it's unsuited. In a heads-up battle, that's going to be a very strong hand. You have to understand though, the average stack is still nearly 40 million each, which is good for about 35 big blinds. Goldman taking a look. I think it's so funny that he goes through these phases, just standing up, dancing, eyeballing his opponent. He has been a joy to commentate on. He's been so much fun. He's come back from the brink of destruction a few times, as I already mentioned. Goldman is going to raise to 10 mil. Evis is going to fold. Yeah, but be sure to check out some items if you want 50% off. Some really good merch for Christmas for your loved ones, or maybe you can buy a present that you'll just use for yourself. Goldman. I don't see Goldman losing this. It just it's going to be tough for Goldman. Tough for him to win, but it's going to be tougher for him to lose. Evis is just going to shove with the 10-7 off suit. Goldman, don't know how strong of a hand he needs to call. King 8, you know what? In for a penny, in for a pound, and go for it, Goldman. If I'm Goldman, I'm calling this knowing that Evis is getting frustrated. And if Goldman calls this and is successful, then Elvis will have to leave the building. Dun, dun, dun. Doesn't look like a man who wants to fold. He does call, folks. 20 million more. Here we go. Volant Evis has 10-7 off suit. Goldman with the King 8, and either Evis is going to have 44 million once more, or Goldman is going to be your Dutch Classics main event champion. King in the window, 2 kings of kings. And Goldman has done it. His face says it all. 50 G's, baby. Well played, Goldman. And Elvis has left the building. Commiserations and congratulations to him. Fantastic stuff. What a day of action-packed poker. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. That's it, folks. We've done it. You know what's happening next. Next 3 weekends is going to be non-stop World Series of Poker Europe action. We're going to let the pros enter the building. You will be in the best capable hands. You are going to have a ball. Enjoy it. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. I've been Action Man Dan. Catch me if you can.